It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
A beautiful, clear, 54-degree start to your day.
Summer.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like summer. It does feel like summer.
I think we're almost 80 today, right?
Yeah, we're 77. We'll probably be diddling 80 somewhere.
Oh, we're going to diddle it up.
So that's a thing that's going to happen. So, and again, it looks like we're still on a pretty good run for the next couple of days. 72 tomorrow. Gets a little colder, but I'm not seeing rain in the forecast for a couple of days. So
no snow.
Fall-like weather shows back up over the weekend, but with sun.
Yeah.
So we got that going for us. By the way, before we start, we rarely give folks in the morning an opportunity to win anything.
Ooh, what are we going to get?
Well, how about your chance at $5,000?
$5,000!
You can fall in a 5K a day. It's easy to win. You download the free Odyssey app. You log in, and you listen to CMF for at least an hour each day.
Then what happens?
Well, then that is your entry.
Oh.
One daily winner in this national contest will win $5,000 from your friends here in the break room on CMF. 5K a day. Download the Odyssey app. Listen to us because you're cool. You're cool, right?
All
right, cool. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. You know, the only constant in life is change.
Yes.
And change that you never see coming.
The ebbs and flows of life.
Well, I mean, Kimmy, think about where you were 15 years ago compared to where you are now.
Right? World of difference.
Still broke.
Kimmy, I want to tell you about a guy that I've known for a long time.
Yeah. Long history.
20 years ago, I'm just an 18-year-old kid getting drunk on his dime. Well, like he wanted to say that, but the drinks were always free. He knew the bartender. And he's running his mouth. Single guy. He's on dating apps. No woman would have him. He owned a house in Webster with empty rooms in it. Just a sad, pathetic soul. But what was funny is, Kimmy, he thought he was nailing it.
Yeah.
Right? Because he knew how the world worked. Man.
Well, he's an adult man.
Man. They would talk about being free. Man, I got nothing to hold me down. Man, I'm going to be cool forever. Man. Check out my shirts. They got 3-foot collars on them. And Kimmy, he would say all these things about, like, kids and relationships, Like, if anyone said something about their kids stressing them out or having to go places, hey, man, nobody forced you to have kids. Man, don't be a square man. Kimmy, that gentleman I once knew has completely changed.
Yes, he has.
For those
it's changing, but right before our eyes.
Now, I know that I disguised it well, but the guy that I'm actually talking about sits across from me.
What?
Mr. Tommy Muley. Because the story you described to me from yesterday makes me laugh out loud. Knowing you back in the day to now, because you had a very nice day yesterday.
We had a beautiful day.
So not only was it nice outside.
Right. We, we have the grandchild.
Your grandson's in town.
Yeah.
Nice,
so we took him to the playground.
Look at that.
My wife and I got him into the car seat, ran him over to the playground for an hour, just to blow off a little steam. Nice.
So you and your wife and your grandson are at the playground.
Playground afternoon adventure.
Yeah. Lovely day. Lovely time. He was a good boy.
Now, look, I understand that you have a history of hanging out with underage kids, so that half of this is not surprising. I never in a million years thought I would ever see
Grandpa
you.
Tommy on the playground.
Check out Tom and Grandpa on the playground.
I wasn't only on the playground, I was in the playground.
You're actively playground participating?
So, like, he wanted to go up, and up and down the slides and the stairs and stuff.
Okay.
And my wife doesn't want him to go up alone because he's a tyke, right? So I hold his little hand, and him and I have to go up it together. So I am now... What's nice about being a little grandpa is I can do that because I got to get him situated to go down. So I got him. I'm on top of the slide, feeding him down, and my wife's down at the bottom catching him when he comes down. And he only wanted to do that a trillion times.
Yeah, slide's fun.
Yes,
it's like the funnest part of the playground.
Then we got on the swing, and then we sat on the big lion, and then we did it all over again. And then we did it all over again, and again, and again.
Did you go down the slide?
No.
Why?
I could have, but no.
No, I know you could have.
I'm not going down this slide.
Let's not pretend you didn't want to go down the slide.
I did, but I don't want to get yelled at.
Okay. It would have been fine, because from a distance.
Yeah, man, that joke doesn't die.
Yeah, but
You're a hack and nobody loves you. What?
So even an 8th grader shouldn't go down the slide.
So look, man, it is very interesting what has become of you. And I know I'm not the only one thinking that. Everybody, if you've listened to Tommy for the 30-something years he's been on the radio, you are feeling the exact same way I'm feeling right now. It's also endearing and adorable.
I was going to say, don't you think the more surprising thing isn't so much that he's at the playground, but the fact that he's like enjoying it? Like, you actually seem like you're enjoying it.
Oh, I
And, you know
had
what
a
I
ball
mean?
with him.
Like
He's a good kid.
This seems like something you would complain about, but you're actually doing the opposite. Like you want to go back for more.
Well, no crying or anything. I think that would have been different.
Yeah.
He wasn't fussing. I put him in that swing. He loved it. He just wanted to go faster.
Yeah.
And my wife said no. It was like regulated fun. But I didn't. And he also he's heavy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kids
yeah.
have the density of a dying star.
Man, trying to get that kid into a swing with the little feet under the stirrups. Yeah.
Yeah, no, like if you don't have your own children, like I'm telling you, I think there's such a thing called parent strength that you just pick up from having to pick your kids up and
It's
put
a
them down.
deadlift.
I'm telling you, man, because like I haven't picked up my kids in years,
Yeah.
right? They're older now. And my brother, he's got a little one. She's tiny, right? 2 years old. And like the other day, she was at my house, and I went down to like scoop her up with one hand like I used to with my kids. I was like, oh, God, that's heavier than I remember. What the hell happened?
Yeah, you don't want to get punched by a mom with kids under the age of like 4.
Yeah.
She's got some biceps.
No, it's like, Amish people don't work out, but they just have like rippling. It's like the same thing for being a parent. So with all that being said, it's rare. You're a man who's lived many, many, many more years than I have.
Yeah.
And you love to dispense advice because you've been in a lot of situations that I yet have not.
Right.
However, we are in that rare situation where you're in a situation that you've never been in that I've experienced over and over again.
Yeah.
And if Tommy Playgrounds becomes... I can't even say that.
Tommy Playground.
Worst mom member ever. Hey, it's Tommy Playgrounds. If Tommy Playgrounds becomes a normal thing, you're eventually going to run into something you have to prepare yourself for.
What's that?
Playground politics.
Well, I guess I ran into a little bit of that yesterday, like navigating around other moms and their kids.
Did you have to have any one-on-one conversations with other parents there?
Not really. I just said, like, excuse me and stuff like that.
Okay. So I'm not trying to scare
Not
you.
any, like, conversation.
All right. I'm not trying to scare you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to let you prepare for this in a way that you will.
What's going to happen?
Well, there will be a point where your grandson is going to go play by himself.
Right.
And that happens sooner than you think.
Yeah.
So you will then be standing watching him. And for some reason, and every parent that has had kids can attest to this, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, you're not allowed to sit silently at a playground. If there is another parent there, that parent will insist that you have a conversation.
Okay.
And I think it's because when kids are that age, parents are so isolated, any other grown person, they want to have a conversation.
Like adult contact.
You got it,
All
right? But it's not. It's not really adult contact because all you're going to talk about are the kids.
Yeah. Or I guess what's going down in front of you right there.
Exactly.
Let them running around.
Yeah, or they're going to ask, like, where does he go to preschool? We went to what does he have for snack? We found these applesauce pouches. I get them at Aldi's. They have them at Wegmans, but they're a little more expensive. You take the trip.
Now, I did notice, like, because it's Pittsburgh, right? So I figured out some of these women are nannies. They're not the mom, especially 2 of them. I could tell you a nanny.
Wait, how could you tell?
Well, first of all, they had multiple kids, and none of them looked alike. So it's like when you walk like 7 different kind of dogs at once.
Oh, my God.
So you had like 5 kids, 1 nanny.
They could have been adopted.
I don't think so, bro.
What are you basing that
I mean,
on?
She was first of all, she was a young girl. She had 5 kids.
Yeah, but
She had
normally a
adopt-
nanny's just with like one family,
Well, it
right?
could have been like one of those. I don't know. People are doing everything they
I
can
guess,
to save on
you're
child
right,
care.
you're right.
It's tough to get nannies, right?
I don't know.
Or
Sometimes
maybe
it's
it's
tougher.
I don't know.
All right.
So I know it's like 1, she had a couple. The other one, she had like 5.
5 kids.
But the way
Yeah.
he's describing it is like a dog walker situation.
Well, it is kind of like you got to, things you got to keep an eye on.
All right, tip 2, when you're talking to other parents,
Yeah.
don't say what you just said.
I won't. I won't
Hey,
mention
these
dog
kids don't
walking.
look like you. Where do they come from?
But I think the thing you have to prepare
Yeah.
yourself the most for, again, 252-WCMF, Tommy, his grandson is in town. Tommy and his wife took him to the playground yesterday, and badass Tommy Muley, I'm so cool, I drink at work, is now playground grandpa. There is going to be a point where your grandson, due to no fault of his own, being a kid, is going to do something rude, inappropriate, or hurt another kid, right? There'll be a shove or an accidental like butt to try and get in somewhere, somebody falls down. And you have to be prepared how to handle that with the other mother or father.
Well, I kind of thought my wife would jump in on that stuff.
Do you want that?
Yes. Like I thought I could tap out like in wrestling.
Okay, do you don't
Or
think
like I could be like Lasorda going to the mound.
What would that sound like?
Oh no! Here comes Lasorda. He's bringing out the lefty mom. Here she comes.
Lefty mom.
Tommy's got a delicious glass of Jack Daniels in his hand for some reason.
Look, man, I mean, you're having so much fun, and you're gaining the trust of your wife and your stepson and daughter-in-law that you're going to go to the playground with the kid by yourself at some
I'm
point.
sure it'll happen eventually.
Okay. There's two kinds of parents when the child injury, your kid
what
is
do I
rude,
do?
kind of things happen. Well, that's what we're trying to figure out here, right? There will be a mom or dad that's like, don't worry about it, these kids, blah, 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 blah. There, I'm taking back three kinds. There will be the passive-aggressive mom or dad who will, like, walk past you without making eye contact and make, like, a snide comment. Like, oh, I guess not everybody disciplines their kids. And then there will be the third one who will directly confront you or the child
Like I'm
about
in trouble.
what just happened.
You- Is that yours?
Yes, exactly. Is that your dog over there? If they confront you,
Yeah.
it's not hard to deal with. You can just be like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Where it gets complicated is if that parent confronts the child.
Oh, yeah.
What do you do?
So, like, she's scolding.
Yeah, because I've watched parents scold other kids that are not theirs at playgrounds because they felt their kid was slighted, hurt, the other kid was rude, all of these things. So you're at the playground with your grandson.
All right.
You're all hanging out.
All right.
Something happens. Another parent pounces up, runs over, grabs their kid by the hand, and is now squatting down, finger in your grandson's face,
Right.
scolding him for what he did. Go.
All right. Well, I got to step in, right?
I'm
Pull
asking,
my kid away
I'm asking you.
and tell that lady, go watch your own child dog and leave my child alone. I don't know. I don't know what I would do.
There's not a right
I guess I
answer
would
here.
just try to be cool about it and just get my kid away.
Oh, okay. Okay.
What else could I do?
Well,
I can't. If I yell, I can't yell at the woman.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
That's just going to escalate.
Uh-huh.
The kid's going to be crying. I got that. I guess play day is over. We're
Get
going
out
home.
of the situation.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna treat it like anything else.
Okay.
Get the hell out of there as quickly
Let's go
as
hide,
possible.
kid. Let me teach you my ways.
And I'm just gonna say, I'll put him in the car and go, chicks, man. What are you gonna do?
So you're not going to stand up for the kid. You're just going to get the kid out of there. No, I'm asking. Look, there's no wrong answer.
I'm not
here.
gonna confront.
Okay, all right.
I'm beating feet out of there.
Okay, so when you get home and
Yeah.
your wife's there, I don't know, she's like making dinner for you guys, very Rockwellian, right?
Yeah.
And she goes to your grandson and goes, "How was the playground trip?" And you go, "A lady got in my face and she yelled
Well, that's
at
why I gotta
me."
have a conversation with him in the car on the way over.
Right, because I think a 3, 4, 5-year-old kid will absolutely understand how to handle that minefield.
Well, no, but you just say, chicks, right? You just gotta be cool, man.
And
When you go
then
out,
he
just
said
be cool.
chicks, right? And then he said that on the way home, chicks, right? I mean, it's going to get back to your wife that
Yeah.
you didn't stand up for your grandson.
Yeah, but I'm not that guy.
I know,
I'm
look-
not stand-up guy. I'm
Look.
weakling grandpa.
Well, and you're also doing this, and I mean, you have an audience of children too, so you got to be
Yeah,
careful
it can
with
get
what these other
ugly.
kids hear.
I'm not saying you're wrong because I tend to move in that direction also.
I know my wife will go full Gambino.
Well,
on
she-
that woman.
She is with Tommy Playground.
Yes.
No, but look, I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at here, right? Like, I'm glad you had a really good day, and I'm not trying to scare you.
No,
but
no, thanks.
You do need to prepare yourself for these situations because they will inevitably show up. They show up in every parent or grandparent's life while at the playground, at the gym, at the pool, at wherever.
My theory is scoop and scoot.
Okay? The old scoop and scoot.
Yeah, just get out of there, man.
It's a good policy.
Because I don't know what else I can do.
man,
Because
I'm-
I get all snarky and wise ass, that's gonna go well. And if somebody breaks their camera out because this woman's like bitching me out, that's gonna be awkward. I'm just gonna have to stand there and take it in front of my grandkid.
But here's the thing. There's one thing you're not factoring in.
A bunch of things are probably not factoring in.
Right? Like, it's easy to sit here and say what you would and wouldn't do,
Yeah.
right? Because there's no emotion tied to it. But that's
True.
your grandson. You love that child,
Yeah,
right?
great
And
kid.
you guys have bonded. You got, okay,
Maybe a
great.
different side of Tommy will come out.
Exactly.
Side we've never seen before.
A Papa Bear that you didn't know lived inside you.
Yeah, but that's ugly.
It is.
I
But
can't-
can you control it?
Oh, I don't think it's there.
Well, we know how you act when your freshly painted walls almost get
Oh.
ruined.
Da-da-da. Da-da-da.
So I'd imagine it's more intense than that.
I don't know. I mean, it'll be really interesting to see when this inevitably happens how it all goes down.
Yeah.
And hope to God that you're alone with him and your wife isn't there. Because if your wife's there, what do you do then?
I don't know. Maybe she would be like impressed by
Ooh.
Nah.
seeing that side of you.
I don't know, man. Like when you are standing up
Yeah.
for the spawn
For the
of
family?
Yes, exactly. Like, yeah.
Pardon me, ma'am. These mules are making a stand here.
Finally, for one.
I would start laughing at myself
Okay.
because it would look so stupid on me.
Look, you say that.
I'm not a very authoritarian person.
I'm not in that sweater.
Look,
You
everything.
can't yell at a kid in zip-up boots.
True.
Well, here is in Pittsburgh, though, the kids are also wearing zipper boots on the playground. We got a Dynamite Papa Bear Tommy kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. We are loaded up today, bud.
Oh, what's going on?
Well, first of all, it's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Oh, we got where are we playing in the hood?
Where they whining? Kimmy's got her post in the neighborhood app. She's going to rip it out, read it. We're back on regular Tuesday again, so we got that going for us. You, me, everyone that can hear, we're going to listen.
Oh, you best listen.
That's right. And because we know every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whine. And just after 9 o'clock, so set your phone alarms or hang out with us all day. Hell, you do it on the app.
Sure.
You got a chance for $5,000.
Ooh, baby, $5,000.
Also, just after 7 o'clock, the man who sits across from me, he fancies himself as a safe driver.
Yeah.
Bitches about jet assers all the time. And, in fact, when this program showed up in the state of New York to protect construction workers, you were all for it.
Yeah.
We talked about a couple of people who said they got tickets wrongly. Yeah, they shouldn't have gotten them. And you lit those people up. Right. How you get a ticket about jet ass?
Watch your ass.
And what did John Lennon say? Instant karma's going to get you?
No, he said watch your ass.
Okay. No, if he would have said that, he'd still be with us.
Oh, watch your ass.
Mick was there, too, apparently. This might be the world's slowest speeding.
Yes, it is. The newest.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tom.
Yeah.
Your Buffalo Bills have a big-time West Coast matchup Sunday, 4:25.
Yeah.
The game is going to be on Fox. Were you aware of this?
I did not know.
Oh, yeah. Well, fun fact, this will be the first time in Bills history that this man who tortured our franchise for years and years and years will be on the call.
Oh.
Have you guys watched any games with him yet?
I did.
I actually did over the weekend.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of the Kansas City game. He was calling that one.
And I will say, like, they go way out of their way to promote this dude on every broadcast. And after he has like a post-game follow-up show
So there's a
where
reason,
they tease that.
There's a reason why, and we'll get into it. But
Yeah.
something just changed in his life.
Yes.
Where what he does for a living is now going to be a hell of a lot harder, especially against a team like the Bills. And we'll get into the whole story
All right.
next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Scabba-da-boop-bop-bop. He's so good at making noises with his mouth.
Hey, it's hard to scat,
No, I
man.
hear you. Right? Check it out. Bop-a-doo-bop-da-ka-da-ba-doo-bop.
You better watch your mouth around your house, buddy.
This man tortured the Bills for decades. Decades. So when we were rid of him, good riddance, get the hell out. We're never going to have to deal with you again. Except now we do.
Not so fast, buddy.
Thank you. For the first time, Bills fans will directly have to deal with this man on Sunday. And I'm curious if the hatred for this person runs so deep, it's going to affect your game day experience.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, DWI stories, unfortunately, are not uncommon.
True.
This one is uncommon.
Oh, how it happened?
It's not how it happened, but what this person was behind the wheel of when they got it. Because
Not a conventional vehicle?
I just don't know if the allegations are true. What situation would put you drunk behind the wheel of this?
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Your Buffalo Bills take on the Seattle Seahawks, 4:30 on Sunday, a game you can listen to live on CMF.
Ooh, cocktail hour.
That's right. But if you want to watch the game, you're going to watch it on Fox. And for the first time as a franchise, the Buffalo Bills will be playing a game with Tom Brady on the color commentary.
The human candle. His head looks like a candle.
That is a perfect way to describe him. What the hell happened?
Like if you went as Tom Brady as you know for Halloween, but like a wick on the top of your head.
So Brady, who is Fox's newest prized possession.
Oh, yes.
And we'll get more into how they're using him in a little while. Will be doing the color commentary for this Bills Seahawks game. So both of you said you would listen to his game.
So I watched the Kansas City game this weekend.
Thoughts?
Nothing.
Right?
I mean, it wasn't horrible. It wasn't great.
He's not bad. He's not good. You almost forget that he's Tom Brady.
Because he's just monotone.
Yes.
And of course, he's got to interject like his own, like when I was playing, or I know him personally. They don't. I mean, I guess that's what they want.
But he's got no personality.
No, he doesn't. His stories aren't funny.
It was bugging me too, and maybe this is something that they told him. Because to his credit, like I think he's improved. I think it's gotten better than when he first started out. Because there were like just some times where he would go silent during the broadcast. But I think he's also trying to do the Tony Romo thing where he calls the plays ahead, or he tries to predict what they're going to do. And it's like, hey, man, let Tony be Tony. He already did that, you know?
It does make you appreciate other color commentators.
Yeah.
You bring up Tony Romo, right? Like some people find Tony Romo annoying. Listening to Brady do what he does, it's like Tony Romo's really talented. Greg Olson, the tight end who used to play in the NFL, who Brady took over for, right? Greg Olson does a really good job. I don't think I would have noticed how good those guys are had Tom Brady not taken his job.
I think
He's not
it came more
entertaining.
naturally to those other guys. Like they weren't afraid to like interject their personality occasionally. Like they'll laugh sometimes at like things going on. Like I don't think Tom Brady can naturally express those emotions.
Well, yeah, Tom Brady doesn't understand laughing. I am laughing. It's just fun. I am having fun.
Yes, and you're too successful to be funny.
You think that's what it is?
That's a really good call. Look at us. That's why we're the
Success isn't entertaining.
Yeah.
Failure's entertaining. Being a schlub is entertaining. Yeah. He's like this robot. It's like a robot generated looking thing I'm looking at.
No, I mean, to his point, like if you use Tony Romo as his direct side-by-side, I mean, Tony Romo for being a millionaire and quarterback the last couple years.
But he had a kind of a joke of a career, right? There was
Right.
always the knock on him, like he can never make it to the big game.
He came out of nowhere, and he lost in the playoffs all the time, and he can laugh at himself about it.
Hey, John Madden was a big, fat, funny guy.
You got it, yeah.
Loud, obnoxious, funny.
What can Tom Brady laugh at himself about?
I don't
No,
know
he's
how
picture
relatable
perfect.
he's going to be.
He's dressed. He's coiffed. He looks ridiculous.
Like you're never going to see Tom Brady in a Skechers ad.
Has he been in a Skechers ad?
Oh, I think he. No,
Oh, no,
I
he
think
does
he
Under
only.
Armour. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Give it time, though.
But even
Okay.
when they try to make him the butt of the joke, it's this.
I don't know
it
if
just,
he could play along.
It just falls flat. Like he did a couple of Subway ads where they cut him off, kind of thing. But it's mostly Charles Barkley making that funny.
I think Tom Brady is a perfectionist in that he'll get good at this job. Like he'll know his X's and O's. He'll be really technically sound. But I don't know if you're ever gonna get that flair, like that personality, something that makes him stand out.
So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I am curious, for all the Bills fans that are listening to the show, is Brady being on the broadcast going to negatively affect how you watch this game?
Well, he's going to talk about all the times he beat the crap out of that team.
But see, here's the thing. The good news is the team that the Bills are playing also has a deep history with Tom Brady. The Seahawks played, if I'm not mistaken, 2 Super Bowls against him, one of them being
Is that the Marshawn Lynch?
The interception at the goal line Super Bowl where, there's that famous image of Tom Brady jumping up on the side.
Yeah.
So as you brought up, Kimmy, Fox is doing everything they can to get mileage out of him because they signed him to a 10-year, $375 million contract. He's making almost $40 million a year to do 17 games.
Yeah. And I mean, because I've never seen, and maybe I'm just only noticing it because it's Tom Brady, but I've never seen a network actually have commercials promoting the guy on the like the guy's doing play-by-play to the point where it's like, tune in for Tom Brady. I don't even know who he's doing the call with because it's just Tom Brady.
Yeah, great point. I don't know who his play-by-play guy is.
I couldn't tell you.
You watched the game on Sunday.
Yeah.
So did you. You can't remember?
I saw the guy sitting next to him.
And then even after the game, they go, stick around because we're going to be joined by Tom Brady following the game, and he's going to, break it down and answer all of our questions.
And they
blah,
just
blah,
kiss his ass.
Yeah.
The other thing is, like, when they talk to him, like, when the guy's back in the studio, it's just this ass-kissing fest. Love you, Tom. Catch you next week, buddy.
So here's the thing. I mean, everything is always sunshine for Tom Brady, right? But over the last few days, with Tom Brady being on this Bills-Seahawks call on Sunday, first time as Bills fans will get to watch him, things got a little more complicated for old Tommy boy.
Yes.
He was named a minority owner of the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, that's something that's been in motion for about a year and a half, 2 years. And now, because he is officially an employee of an NFL team or employer of an NFL team.
Yeah, an owner.
There are big-time restrictions on what he can and can't do with his job. Now, for those who don't know, the broadcast teams you hear, the Romos and the Olsons and all those guys, on a weekly basis, they get a ton of access to the teams that are playing that week. They are given information about the offenses and defenses that no one else gets. And that's why...
Those nuggets that they save for the broadcast.
So like when you hear Tony Romo go, I think this is going to happen, and it happens, he knows that because they give him formations and potential plays and things like that. They get to go to the team facilities. They interview players and coaches.
So they're on the inside.
Exactly, right? And they get info that is not made public unless it comes up in the game. And there's a gentleman's agreement between these NFL franchises and these, color commentators, play-by-play guys that you will not share this information. We're going to trust you here. And all of that would be very valuable information to, let's say, I don't know, the owner of another NFL franchise. Because Brady is now a minority owner of the Raiders, he is not allowed to, are you ready for this?
Right.
Be in any other team's facility.
Oh.
At any team.
Well, I guess that makes sense. You can't get any kind of advantage.
He's not allowed to watch any other team's practices. He's not allowed to attend any of the Fox broadcast meetings. He's subject to the league's gambling policy, meaning he cannot say a word about any gambling-related stuff on camera. He can't mention lines. He can't mention prop bets, nothing. He can't even talk to players in a way outside of, and I quote, strictly social communications. So let's say in this game on Sunday, James Cook is walking with a little bit of a limp.
Yeah.
He can't ask him about his limp.
Oh.
Let's say Josh Allen.
So he can't interview. He can't basically do any interview.
He cannot talk to any other NFL player.
Because sometimes they do that, Tom Brady sits down with Josh Allen to talk about the game, and they have him in those 2 chairs. He can't do that?
At the end of the game, if they do one of those hey, we're going to talk to somebody, he's got to get off the mic.
Wow.
So his job just got easier then, really.
It did, but not for the rest of the crew.
Right.
The job got harder because all you now can get from Brady is personality and his personal stories.
Right.
From a guy that has no personality and never wants to share anything personal.
And he can't tell a story for crap.
How the hell are you going to do this job?
I don't know. Why would they let him do that then?
Because they already signed him on to do it.
I mean, look.
Like, why would you sign him to that broadcast knowing he wanted to buy in to this team if they were both in the works? What a dumb idea.
Didn't they sign? They signed him to the broadcast before he even retired, right?
No, the broadcast signing was
like.
It all happened kind of simultaneously, where the owner of the Raiders, the ownership of the Raiders, and the broadcast thing came up at the same time.
Oh, because I thought like he was going like. That was the plan. Like he was supposed to retire and go jump right into, being on TV. But then there was like that gap where it was like maybe he needs to practice first.
So this thing's gonna suck. He's not gonna last. If he can't do any of that stuff, what's the
I-
point? Like you said, he's going to be dead in the water.
I think they're going to keep him on there as long as he wants to do it for. And he doesn't seem like a guy that's going to quit.
I mean, he's running a commercial
Yeah.
right now. Why do you want to do broadcast? And he's talking to versions of himself
Oh, yeah.
from childhood up
Yeah.
until, shut up, Tom Brady. Oh, yeah, it must be really hard for you. You worked really hard. Drew Bledsoe's spleen exploded. You got your chance. Wow, pretty cool. Kimmy, can you Google what percentage of the Raiders he owns and what he paid for it? Because I am curious if he would make more money as part owner of the Raiders or as a professional color commentator. Because 10 years, $375 million is a lot of money.
But what's that Raiders team going to be worth in 10 years?
Okay, so here's the thing.
And he wants to sell his minority share.
You got it. So the Pagulas bought the Bills 10 years ago.
Right.
And in that 10 years, their ownership stake in the Bills has almost doubled.
So they didn't even pay $1 billion for it, right? Or did they pay
They
$1
paid
billion?
just over $1 billion. I think it was
All
1.2, 1.3 billion.
So what's it worth now?
Double that.
All right.
So Kim, just about double. Kimmy, what do we know how much of the Raiders he owns and what
Okay,
he
so
paid
he
in?
owns 5%.
Okay. Do we know what he paid for it?
So I'm getting two different numbers. This says Brady and his co-investor paid about $244 million.
Okay.
But this other number says $335 million.
All right, so let's just split it down the middle. Let's say he paid $300 million for the Raiders, and he has a co-investor. Let's cut that in half. So $150 million. Just thinking out loud here.
All right.
So if that doubles every 10 years, you're actually making more money as a color commentator.
Oh, yeah.
375.
And you're getting paid now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not waiting on the payoff.
Exactly.
The money's coming in. It's like an ATM machine.
And like
if he's getting $40 million a year to sit on his ass and suck.
Yeah. Why would you not just do the color commentating thing? Doesn't make any sense. He can do that for the next 30 years if he wants to. I mean, think of Pat Summerall, Dan Dierdorf, Paul McGuire. These guys did it forever.
Yeah, John Madden did it till he died.
Exactly. Literally. It doesn't make a lot of sense unless he just wants the cachet.
He
But
wants to
he's-
say he's an owner.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's
Wow.
a big shot. Wouldn't it be a big shot, Tommy?
Yeah, but you're an owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, you're in Vegas, though.
The guy with that bowl haircut owns like 95% more of the team than you do. Look at
Yeah,
that
but
haircut.
maybe after his whole, what was it, the
Crypto.
cryptocurrency
Ooh.
stuff, maybe he's trying now to invest in things that he knows are solid.
Well, let's put it this way. If the Raiders go upside down, it turns out Tom Brady was the reason for the cryptocurrency collapse. Is that
All
fair?
right.
He's the bush.
He jinxed him.
All right, let's take a break. Like we said, DWI stories, unfortunately, are not uncommon.
Yeah.
But it's hard to come up with a scenario as to why this man, if the allegations are true, would have been drunk behind the wheel of this. And we'll tell you what happened just east of us next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Driving drunk is a very stupid thing to do.
Yes.
And that's just with standard drunk driving. This story might somehow be worse.
Oh, wow.
Because if the accusations are true, this man arrested would have problems driving this vehicle sober, let alone with a few drinks in him.
Sounds like a difficult vehicle to drive.
Yes.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock, speaking of driving, I mean, the state put these out to make sure that folks working in construction sites were going to be safer.
Yeah.
They had to. There were a ton of incidences.
It's terrible what people do.
And you were so pro these things, right?
Slow down.
Every story we saw where someone claimed they were falsely popped, you shut up. How dare you? You made me sick. Then all of a sudden,
Yeah, whatever.
look who it is. They say you live long enough to be a hero, or you die young enough to be a hero, or live long enough to become a monster. And a monster sits across from me. We'll get into the world's slowest speeding ticket just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. A man just east of us was pulled over, Tommy, after police say he was caught driving without his taillights on at night.
Oh.
Now, what normally would just be a warning, like, hey, turn your lights on, got way more serious. After police say, while speaking with him, they noticed he had been drinking.
Oh.
After an investigation, the man was arrested for DWI. And as bad as that is, sounds like a pretty standard story, right?
Yeah, no taillights and you're drunk.
Yep, you got it. Except it's not.
What happened?
It turns out this man was arrested for a DWI in a U-Haul.
Oh, so he's driving a U-Haul vehicle.
This man was drunk driving, according to police, in a U-Haul.
So he's drunk and moving.
But not a but not a stolen U-Haul. It doesn't say. Okay, so this is a U-Haul that he either owns or rented.
Oh, let's assume rented because it said U-Haul in the
All
store.
right, so he rented a U-Haul.
You got it. We'll assume he rented it, and according to police, he was drunk while driving it.
Okay.
So here's the thing.
Yeah.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Driving a U-Haul, period, is nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Have either of you had to drive a U-Haul?
Yes.
Kimmy?
I think I drove it down the street a little bit to move it once, but I was not the driver of the U-Haul when we rented it.
It has always amazed me,
What's that?
Tommy, that people are just allowed to rent those things.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a big truck.
It doesn't handle like a car at all.
No, it does not.
They kind of just sign some paperwork and you're off.
No tests, no special
And
license.
it's also a used truck.
Yep.
Which means it's beat up a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, if you drive a truck like that every day, you need a special driver's
Right,
license,
but
right?
apparently if you have $50 an hour, you get yourself a truck.
They just hand you the keys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so load her up.
And also, this man was allegedly drunk. What situation could this man have put himself in where he would be drunk and then get behind the wheel of
I'll
a
tell you
U-Haul?
what.
Please tell me.
So, let's say I invite you over. Hey, man, I need to help you. I need to move.
Oh, okay, so you need me to help you move. Okay, good.
So, by the way, come on, help me. Pizza and beer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Not hundreds of dollars for an actual moving company. I get pizza and beer. That's great.
I'm chinsing out, but I'm going to get pizza and beer. And if he was helping a guy move and you were both drinking beer and moving, it could have got away from you pretty quick.
That's a pretty
Especially
good
if you're burning through it, going up
Yeah.
and down stairs, carrying boxes, you're chugging beers. You don't even feel it, really, because you're moving so much. You're sweating your ass off. Before you know it, you got a good buzz on.
That's a good call.
I don't think any guy has ever helped a buddy move straight. You're always got a buzz on.
Let's talk about that as a sidebar real quick. Like the pizza and beer thing.
Many dangers.
It's the standard payment for you help me go into my new apartment.
Oh, no, it's in the U.S. Constitution.
It
You're
probably
absolutely
is,
right.
yeah.
No, but it's also funny how, hey, we're going to move this heavy stuff
Yeah.
up and down stairs. I could damage the home or the apartment.
Yeah.
I
Hurt
could break
yourself.
the stuff.
You can also screw up your back.
all
Yeah.
of these things,
Yeah.
and we're going to do it while drinking.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, but it's fine.
Take it off the U-Haul that they let us rent for some reason. No, that's a really good call. And if that's the case, then it's double embarrassing. Because, Tommy, what do you need if you're bringing a U-Haul back to where you rented it?
What do I need?
Yeah,
A undamaged U-Haul.
that and a ride home.
Oh, true.
Which means if this man was buying beer and pizza for
Yeah.
his friends, he probably had one of his friends following him back to the
It
U-Haul
could be.
place to
yeah,
pick
you're
him up.
probably right.
Which means if he was arrested for DWI, there was a witness.
Oh yeah, you had to lay back and watch.
Oh boy, what do you do? Do you follow
Can't do anything.
Well, no, I'm saying do you stop and watch? Do you keep driving? Do you talk to the cop and ask him where he's being taken to go bail him? How does that?
You don't say anything.
No, I'm guessing.
'Cause you probably had a few too, so
Well, okay, so
you
that
hang it back.
Okay, for God's sakes. Well,
What?
no, because the cops
I'm
are going
guessing
to
you're
wonder
not gonna
why
get
you
involved,
pulled over.
yeah.
The cops aren't just going to.
No.
They're not going to sit there and watch you watch them.
Oh, I might just blow past him and
Go
meet him up
to
at the
the-
U-Haul
yeah.
joint.
No, he's not going to make it to the U-Haul joint. He's been arrested for a DWI.
And then I'm going to pretend I didn't see it. Wait, that was you pulled over? I didn't see it.
You know, I thought that was another U-Haul truck with the state flag of New Mexico on the side of it. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this man just east of us. He was pulled over and arrested for a DWI while in a U-Haul truck. And your theory is a good theory. Can I present a second possible theory? That this is someone who rented a U-Haul to use as their vehicle.
Oh. That would be crazy. It's too expensive.
Quite the contrary, my friend. We discovered this was a thing, became a thing during the pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
Because apparently U-Haul rates, at least at the time, were less expensive than actual rental cars because rental car companies during the pandemic started selling off their inventory and it caused rental car prices to skyrocket.
Yeah.
Remember, there was a couple of stories, Kimmy, that we saw people were even living out of them.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, they were making their own little apartments in the back.
But you got to keep bringing it back because you got to keep renewing that paperwork.
Okay, so that's why they ended up being stories
Right.
because these people were arrested for not returning them, and then when the police found them, there were beds and blankets and stuff
Oh,
in the
all right,
back
so
of
it
the
could have been
truck.
his actual car.
If you are using a U-Haul vehicle as an everyday vehicle,
You're down to, man, you're at the end of it, man.
yeah, man. Statement to of course, nobody's like,
That's
man,
it.
I got myself a fine house, a beautiful wife, and my own U-Haul that I'll rent on a weekly basis.
And I got a mattress in the back.
My everyday driver. But like, if you are using a U-Haul as your everyday vehicle, at least for a little while, the DWI makes more sense, but it creates more potentially embarrassing moments.
Oh.
For example, let's say you take the U-Haul to a bar,
All right.
and you're having a grand old time,
All right.
and you meet someone.
Meet a lady.
How do you get them home?
Well, follow me back to my house in my U-Haul.
It's in the parking lot.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
is there a woman on the planet,
I don't know. That'd be I would hope you'd run from that red flag.
good-looking, charming man, you get out into the parking lot, he's going to give you a ride back, and hold on, I got to come over to your side. This U-Haul doesn't
That's
have
like
automatic
everything.
locks.
Like, you know, like they tell you like don't get into the van. Well, don't get into the U-Haul either. I'm guessing that's also a no-no.
Yeah, like,
you
in
would have to
terms
be
of like your safety.
You would have to be the lowest end barfly skank to get into a U-Haul and go home with a guy.
Well, but I
Well,
mean,
you're not going it, but that's the thing. Like, where are you going?
Well, no, he
Right.
could just be using it to go back to his apartment,
Oh,
right?
okay.
But
Like,
it's-
you
Yeah,
know,
but that's
I
his
guess.
vehicle.
yeah, it's his
I
everyday
guess.
driver. They do sell used U-Hauls.
Yeah, I guess.
I
Right,
mean,
like-
I guess he could make the argument. You know, I just got done moving. I'm going to return this tomorrow. You know, if he went in that direction,
Yeah.
maybe not as
But
much
why'd you
of a
drive it
red
to the
flag.
bar? Why'd
I
you
don't
drive it
know.
to the bar, bro?
Just got done moving.
Trying to get all the mileage I can out of this U-Haul. I'm already paying for
It
it.
has that low ramp, you know.
Like, now that I'm thinking about it,
Yeah.
people using U-Hauls as like their everyday drivers, there isn't a place you could take it where folks wouldn't start asking a million questions. Like, you couldn't drive a U-Haul to work as your vehicle without a million red flags,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, if you kept seeing it over and over.
If you had kids, you couldn't pick them up from school in the U-Haul. It would look like you were going to flee the state with
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
If you took it to the store, like Wegmans, it would look like you were about to try and shoplift all of the meat in the store.
How about this? You couldn't leave the country. You couldn't take it into Canada.
Can you take a U-Haul into Canada?
I don't think so.
Well, how do you move if you're moving from the
Well, I mean, I
Canada-
think you would have to have paperwork.
Yeah.
I don't think you could just pull up.
Like, they're gonna wonder why you have a U-Haul. You got to
Right.
come up with some kind of
You
excuse.
don't have a destination. I bet you had to have paperwork to take a U-Haul out of the country
Kimmy,
per U-Haul.
can we Google, can
Yes.
you take a U-Haul across the U.S.-Canadian?
Because, like, let's say you rent a car here,
Yeah.
and it's not my vehicle. Can I take it internationally?
So it's been a while, but when I was on the road, there was a comic who would only rent cars. He didn't have his own car.
Yeah.
And we had to show up in Canada. I went with him, and yeah, he took that.
But was
rental
that like
board.
pre 9/11 stuff?
No, bro. I was in a sophomore in high school.
Because I think if I see Avis pulling up and two chuckle butts in the front seat with no act, you blowing something up.
First of all, there was one act between the two of us. Second of all,
You got a pack of C4 in the trunk, and you're gonna like make a statement.
the only bomb was the week before when you headlined Yuck Yucks.
Don't
in
drag
Toronto.
me into it.
So yes, you can drive a U-Haul across the U.S.-Canadian border, but there are some like It's like regulations in both. You have to follow regulations in both countries. I don't know what that entails. You also may have to pay a clearance fee at customs.
Yeah, like if let's say,
All right. But you do have, but there will be questions.
Yeah, there's questions every time you cross the border. Have you ever crossed the
We
border?
have questions. Yes.
Oh, the KGB's running in the border.
Usually, because I'm a little dude, they just wave me through.
You've never not been asked a question at the border.
Just like, where are you going?
Yeah, that's called a question.
Toronto.
That's an answer to the question.
What are you doing? Your mother. Can I get going?
We're here to F the Queen. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Group Facebook page. This comes in from Bill. Bill goes along with the idea that it could have been his everyday driver. He says in the second half, I'm sorry. Bill says, my neighbor got into a car accident, couldn't find a rental car, and they gave him a good deal on a U-Haul for 2 weeks. He used that every day, and he said he started liking driving it. He ended up getting a bigger truck because of it.
So I didn't know this, that U-Haul has, at least at this time, has their own investigators. So my first wife, her parents were moving, and they were taking it out of state. They were going from Florida all the way back to Illinois.
Okay.
The damn thing, while they were driving it on the interstate, caught on fire.
Oh.
They didn't even know it. So they got, like, people were, like, pointing at them to pull over. They pulled over.
Yeah, South Dakota. Huh? Pretty cool.
The whole back end of it's on fire. So in U-Haul history at that point, no U-Haul had ever just caught on fire. So they didn't believe them. And all their possessions were in there. They were moving. So they had, like, their investigators and stuff. It turns out the dome light inside where in the truck in the back had a short in it, and that's what caught it on fire. And it's all plywood. So the damn thing burnt to the chassis. All their stuff was gone, but it took them forever because they thought it was arson.
No
That
kidding.
they were burning their possessions and stuff to get the money for it. But, like, they have, like, their own people that, like, showed up.
Damn.
Well, yeah, it makes sense. They're a massive corporation.
Right, but you don't think about it at the time, you know.
Well, I guess you also don't realize, like, how big U-Haul is.
Right.
Because every community in America has, like, 4 spots you can go rent a U-Haul.
They're probably international.
Well, yeah, because you can take it into Canada.
No, I'm saying, like, they may have, like, U-Haul Canada, U-Haul Mexico.
That's about it, because I can't drive a U-Haul to Italy.
No, they probably got, I bet you they got U-Haul in China.
Chinese U-Haul?
China Haul.
How is that how they get the cheese all over the...
That's how they move the cheese.
Let's take a break. Going from one car story to another, look, no matter what vehicle you're driving, U-Haul, car, truck, don't drink and drive, and obey the speed limit.
Right, watch don't be jet ass.
Jet assing, yes, because you hate jet assers.
Right.
You see jet assers all the time. You come in here, you bitch and moan about it. You're a safe driver who drives the limit. And that's why you were so excited when New York State rolled out this new technology.
Yeah, give these guys a break.
Thank you, right? Construction workers.
Hardworking guys out there.
There were, and women.
Oh, yeah, ladies digging too.
Thank you. Right? There were some close calls. There were some unfortunate accidents. And because of that, the state stepped up and said, we're going to catch these people speeding through work zones. Everybody that called that said that they didn't like this, you lit them up.
Yeah.
What are you trying to hide? Well, karma's come home to roost, buddy, because we're going to tell you the story of a man who may have gotten the world's slowest speeding tickets. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, I'll start by saying this.
Say that.
I really do feel for you here.
Oh, you do?
No, seriously, it sucks and it sucks hard.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a little bit funny.
I wasn't really doing nothing.
Well, no, you did. You broke the law.
I broke the law.
No, you did break the law. There's
Barely.
proof of it. It is funny how a man who yelled that no one who gets one of these has a right to bitch, a man who brags about being the safest driver in the world, a man who does nothing but yell about everyone else jet-assing,
Yep.
somehow now has one of these in his back bucket. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 7:25, 7:30. There are some places in the world where tensions get high automatically.
Yeah.
The airport would be one of those places, right? Like the hospital, one of those places.
Yeah.
But this unassuming area, for whatever reason, is the number one place where people will lose their mind the fastest.
Really?
And a couple from Webster are now under arrest.
A couple.
After how they reacted when things did not go their way in line here. And we'll tell you the story just after 7:25, 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So there's a little backstory to this.
Yeah.
About 9 months ago,
Yeah.
we first heard of a new program from the state of New York. Speed cameras in construction zones to ensure that people slowed down while folks were working. Right?
They're taking pictures.
Yeah. So there have been a lot of accidents and close calls across the state over the last couple of years involving people working on the side of the road.
Yeah.
And the state decided something needed to be done. Now, if you haven't seen these cameras, here's how it works. There is a sign with a camera picture on it warning you that you're coming into a work zone that will take your picture if you're speeding. There is an SUV that has the camera and lights mounted on it.
Can't miss it.
You got it. It's right there.
Yeah.
And if you are going a certain number, was it 6 over?
I'm not sure what the official number was.
If you're going a certain number over the speed limit, when you pass that SUV, poof, the lights go off, and you are the proud new owner of a construction site speeding ticket.
Deputy Dog got your ass.
You got it. Now, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, when they rolled this out, there were people that did not like this.
It's an invasion of my privacy.
Some claimed it was entrapment because they didn't Google the definition of entrapment. But you, Tommy, you told him to shut up.
That's right. Obey the laws.
Stop
Pay your fine.
Thank you. Stop jet-assing
Right,
around.
slow down.
Yeah.
What are you in a rush for?
Good. And, it was nice to see you happy that there was some law and order back in this world again.
Standing on the side of the law.
Okay, great. So you got some mail last week?
So I get some mail. My wife opens up the mail and she goes, "Oh, you got something from Philadelphia Department, blah, 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 blah."
Really?
And she goes, "I think it's a ticket." So she opens it up, because I'm in the other room, and she goes, "They got pictures of your car. Like, there's 3 pictures of your car and your license plate. So it's like 2 front, 1 back of my car rolling down 490.
Really?
You got a good view of your car.
Yeah.
Huh.
And she goes, I go, "It's got to be a joke." She goes, "What's your driver's license number on the thing?" And I check. I go, "Yeah, that's me." And I look at the pictures. It's my car. I am totally busted, and I am hauling ass.
Doing?
51 and a 40.
You badass, you.
I am flooring it, man. I am burning rubber, baby. Here
So
comes
they-
Formula One Tommy.
So they even have your exact speed limit that you were going
So they
on
show
there?
you what I was doing. It's 3
Yeah.
pictures of my car, like 2 front, 1 back. Clearly see the license plate. One's like zoomed in on the license,
Sure.
so you can't miss it.
Okay.
So they got you coming and going at 51.
Okay. So before I let you up, because this is awesome, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, I do feel for you here.
Because, bro, I'm creeping.
Look, for one reason.
It could happen to anybody.
Well, it's a really tricky spot.
First of all, I didn't know
Yeah.
my car went that fast.
Look, I know exactly what you're talking about. That bridge, it's the Freddie Sue Bridge. Coming over the Freddie Sue
right
Bridge.
as soon as you're off of it, going east.
Yep, going east, right? Right before the camera, or right after the camera, the highway kicks back up to 55, right?
Right.
But the bridge
Almost
is
in that
40.
exact spot.
You got it. So
Yeah.
if you're off the bridge, it's still a 40-mile-an-hour zone.
But they get you because, like, you don't see it till you're coming around
Yeah.
that bend.
Exactly. And here's the thing. Look, I'm trying to give you grace that you thought it was a 55. You're admitting you're doing 55 on the Freddie Sue Bridge, but it's a 40 anyway?
I don't know.
So shut up. But I'm sure there are plenty of people who thought they were being super safe, doing 51, 52, and what they thought was a 55, and then pop, they got that ticket. I go past that every single day.
Yeah.
I watch that SUV go off every single day.
So they must be cleaning up.
Especially at that spot,
Because
right?
this may not be my only ticket.
So
You
explain
don't
that.
know.
Because I may have sped past there many times, not even realizing it.
Did it have a date on the date?
Yeah,
that-
so it was August.
So wait, you just got this?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, so there could be more coming.
Yeah. And it was $50. So you pay it. So I paid it through my credit card, right?
Okay, yeah.
So I go on there, and it's a Philadelphia company. And then when I go into the billing cycle, it's New York State Department of Transportation, but through this collection agency in Philadelphia.
Makes sense. They probably farmed out all the work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they probably don't even own that. Obviously, they don't even own that camera.
You hear what he's doing now? You hear what you're doing now? You're
So
doing
now
it.
Where's
big
my money
corporation
going?
is bleeding us dry again, going right up to the big shots.
It's just weird how all of a sudden, like, your tune changed because when that woman that initially started this whole
Yeah.
You're
fervor.
jet assing.
Yep, 9 months ago. She was in Irondequoit on 104, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
She got the ticket. She said that she wasn't speeding. Shut up. It went off. You got the ticket. And then people that called up over the last couple of months saying, well, you know what? If you were obeying the law.
So what I'm afraid of, this one was 50. But if I sped past that thing multiple times, which I probably have,
Yeah.
I could be looking at escalating.
Does it go up?
I don't know. Sometimes
on
it
how
does
fast.
after, like your second speeding ticket in like a calendar year, I thought always went up.
The 252 WCMF, is that the case? Is it an escalating thing or is it the same price every time? And how many of these can you get before they take your license away?
Right.
Oh, my God.
So I may need a ride.
You're going to have to take. No, you can take that old people bus. That goes through Pittsford all the time.
What, lift line?
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was called the Muley Express. But yeah, one of those two things. You can take that. Like, there's plenty of
All right, I'll
rides
see
for
you
people
next Tuesday.
your age. Wait, your mom's going to be there?
It says if you get 2 or more speeding tickets in 3 years, you can likely at least count on an insurance rating.
Okay, but is this
I don't
technically
know
a
if it-
speeding ticket?
Oh,
I mean, I mean, is it a
Yeah.
speeding ticket the way they look at other speeding
True.
tickets? Because, like, the red light cameras, they weren't looked at as, like, a similar ticket. They just
Right.
were trying to keep people from running red lights,
Right.
right? All right, can I ask you a question?
Right.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy got a construction site ticket for going 51 and a 40 coming off the Freddie Sue Bridge 490 East. And if you drive, you know exactly where he got it. Do you feel shame?
I was shocked.
It's not the question I asked. Do you feel shame?
Yeah, a little bit, because I've had a speeding ticket in 20 years.
I mean, you were speeding through a construction site. That's a dangerous thing to do.
Okay, super slow,
No,
though.
you were.
It wasn't like I was out of control.
You were 11 miles over the speed limit. No, I mean, if it was a 65, you would have been going 76. If it was a 55, you'd have been going 66. That's dangerous. 11
But
miles.
I wasn't. I was just going 50. I never, go flying, past construction sites.
11 miles an hour over.
It's not flying.
That is flying. So you're going to tell me someone doing 76 on the 90 is not flying?
76 is 51.8.
Oh, I'm sorry, 11 over. It's always 11 over. It's always 11 over. If someone, okay, what's your street? 20? 20 miles an hour? On like the street you live on, is it 20 miles an hour?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. So if someone's doing 33 or 31,
And
you would
they
notice
do.
that. You would notice
and
that.
they do.
Look at that. So it's the same thing.
No,
You can't
come
sit here and argue. Look, you're a bad man. You're a bad person putting people at risk doing 11 over at a construction site. I mean, I thought I knew you.
You got to catch me first, eh? And you're dead.
What are we doing? 11 miles over everywhere I go. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Okay. All right. Look. You might be okay. We got people on hold who have had multiple instances of this in case they have popped you a bunch of times. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy? Can I get phones? Mikey, I'm sorry. My fault, buddy. Can you start over?
What's up, Dex? How are you?
Good, Mike. What's up?
So I'm the proud owner of 2 of those wonderful tickets.
Okay.
On 390 390 eastbound when the construction was over by East Henrietta Road when they were redoing that bridge.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about there.
Yeah, I got 2 of them. The first one was a $50 fine. The second one was a $75 fine.
So it does go up.
Oh.
But here's the thing.
What?
It's to the vehicle. It's not to the person. So I'm driving my vehicle, which is registered to my wife. It's not her vehicle is registered to me. So it's to the vehicle. It's not to the person.
What does that
so
do?
technically, that means that she got the tickets, not me.
What a dick you are, Mike.
Right?
Hey, Mike, can I ask you?
However-
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. However, if you do not pay those tickets, those fines double.
Bro, yeah,
So
you don't
guess
pay.
what? Those tickets did not get paid, so now it went from 75 to 100 and 125. So, and if you don't pay them, and after the third time, then you lose your license.
Well,
And
yeah, if you don't
get
pay,
three of
that's
those-
standard.
Okay, well, look, man, I don't know.
And by the way, it's easy to pay.
You got it in August. You haven't paid since then, you bum.
Right, and if you get three of them in a year's time, you lose your license, which I've since taken care of those tickets. I'm not about to lose my license, but yes.
All right, Mikey. Well, Christ had a cross over here. Hey, do you and your wife drive cars registered to opposite because
why?
you think you're like fooling the system in case of situations like this?
And no, not at all. I
Okay.
just drive the bigger vehicle, and it just happened to be that she was the one registering the vehicle at
No
the
worries.
time.
Just
and-
checking because there are those weird people like, I got a way to beat the government. I drive my wife's registered car. She drives my registered car.
The old switcheroo.
Mikey, slow down, will you? For God's sakes.
Yeah, 75 the whole time. That's all I do. Sorry.
Bye, Mike. There goes Jet Ass and Mike. He's just like you. He's just speeding through work zone.
Yeah.
You and Mike, two guys, opposite sides of the same
I
thing.
will say I can't imagine the instant panic you'd have getting one of these a month after it happened, knowing you had gone. Like, let's say you go by that same spot every
I
day.
do. I go to home the same way
Yeah.
every day.
So what you're describing might be the biggest problem with this program that they're doing. Again, we're talking about Tommy. He got the world's slowest speeding ticket, 51 and a 40. He got popped by one of those construction cameras coming off the Freddie Sue Bridge going 490 East.
Yeah.
You committed this terrible sin in August. You went a month and a half having
Yeah.
no idea you had sped through a work
Right.
zone. Walk through me with this, all right? Let's say you feel terrible, which I know you feel bad about this. You monster. No, you don't. Look at you. Oh, it happens to everybody else. They're bad. Me, though. Let's say you wanted to change your ways, but you
Yeah.
didn't realize what you did.
Right.
You wouldn't even have a chance to correct your behavior
Right.
for weeks, right? And I
So you
understand.
could keep violating it.
Exactly. And that's, again, if you're not getting 3 of these tickets a week for the next 4 weeks.
And I don't think I'm speeding. I'm hosed.
But you just admitted you do 55 over the Freddie Sue Bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's speeding. That's 15 over.
Okay.
No,
So
Has it-
I could lose my license.
well, I don't know what the actual answer is because
No, if I get multiples, I could lose my license.
we had a guy on hold who bailed who said he works in construction
Yeah.
and that 2 of them can result in a license suspension, but I'm not entirely sure if that's true. Did we hear that in the original story? I don't remember that in the original story.
I don't know. Maybe if you don't pay, I don't know.
There could be a more effective way to do this.
What? Uber?
No, you idiot. I meant let people know that they got these tickets just for the safety of the people
Oh,
in
like
the
giving
construction
them a
sites.
heads up.
Like through a text or an email, like, look,
Yeah.
the bill's coming. This is what you just did.
You might think it's a scam though. Like
Yeah.
I don't know if like a random number texted me something like that. I'd be afraid to open it.
No link.
Yeah.
No, like a text
Right.
saying, hey, this is the state DMV.
Still.
There is a bill on the way. You have been caught for going through.
So let's say I lose my license. Let's say I get 2 or 3 of these I didn't even know in a month.
Sure.
And they take my license.
Yeah.
What would happen to me if I continue to drive if I got popped?
You would be arrested for driving without a license.
I mean, do I arrest or like jail arrest or just like fine arrest?
Well, I mean, arrest doesn't mean put in cuffs. You can be arrested and then sent home,
Yeah.
but they would impound your car, I would assume.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, you're driving it without a license.
All right.
Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh.
Oh, what?
Jason says 2 work zone speed tickets is a suspension of license. But I thought that was only if you were pulled over in a work zone. Does that count for these cameras?
Yeah. Don't count.
Oh, man, if you lose your license.
It's not good, bro. 'Cause that means my wife will have to get up and drive me to work, and then you'll have to take me home.
I'm not doing nothing.
Well, one of y'all have to.
Good luck, Kimmy. You live closer to him anyway. I live all the way out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but you go all the way past my house.
No, I
Yeah, but
don't.
but it's you'd have to sit through his workout after the show
Like a
every day
kettlebell
to get
boy.
home.
That's right. Come on, buddy. Here, why don't you sweat with me? We'll get you into shape. Get rid of those man boobs.
Yeah. No, I like my man boobs.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Here we go.
Right.
Here we go. Well, look, man, I just said the whole
People
scale.
have questions, you know.
Yeah.
There's ways to get around these things, man.
Man.
According to some folks, man.
What are they saying?
Michael's on CMF, man. Hey, Michael, how are you, buddy? Michael, you there?
I mean, it's your old neighbor. I just wanted to say hello. But it makes sense that you couldn't get a personal ticket for this because it could have been you, it could have been your wife, it could have been anybody else driving your car. But unless the cops pull you over and ticket you, I would think that they can't give you points on your license as long as you pay the fine.
No, that logic makes
Right?
sense. That logic
Yeah, but
makes
the car
perfect
is
sense.
registered to me.
No, but to his point,
Yeah,
right?
You don't know
Like,
who's driving
It's
it?
your
driving.
driver. So there was a story, Michael, to his point. Remember, we talked about that guy in Greece who said he got the ticket because he couldn't slow down. There was a truck in the way. He didn't see it till it was
Right.
too late. But that was on a swinging cam
Yeah,
or whatever.
that was the school bus cam.
But it was his wife's car, and that's what caused all the problems. I mean, what Michael is walking us through makes sense.
That you wouldn't go against your.
Your personal license,
Oh.
just they want the fine money. But I don't know, Michael.
Right.
I don't know what the story is.
Who knows? You guys have a great day.
Bye, Michael. Thanks for
Yeah.
nothing. There
More
goes
questions from Michael.
There goes nothing, Michael.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Jet Ass and Tommy doing 11 miles over, 51 in a 40. Got one of them construction pop tickets there.
Entrapment.
What is entrapment?
This means when you trapped. You didn't know it was coming, you get trapped.
Can we do me a favor?
I got set up. It was a setup.
Well, you're like guided into
It was a
that
witch
trap.
hunt.
No, it's.
It's a witch hunt.
Can you Google the definition of entrapment? Because I'm getting people again writing me this is entrapment, and you don't know what entrapment
was set
means.
up,
That's
bro,
not
for a
how
fall.
were you set up. They even warn you before with a big old
I never
poster.
look at them signs, man.
You never look at the signs going into the construction zone.
I never look at any sign.
Entrapment is a legal defense that occurs when a law enforcement agent or state agent tricks, persuades, or coerces
I was coerces.
a person into committing a crime they would have not otherwise committed.
Right, thank you. I wouldn't have sped.
No, how in this case were you tricked,
Yeah.
coerced?
Because I was speeding, which I wouldn't have sped if I'd known I was going to get caught. That's entrapment.
252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. 51
Awesome.
mile an hour speeding ticket for Tommy Muley. Kyle's got the last word. Hey, Kyle, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you, Dix?
Great, Kyle. Great.
So in Tommy's defense, they don't have a warning until there's a sign parked right in front of the vehicle that's taking pictures.
Yes.
No, wait, no, that's not true. The spot we're talking about, as you're turning off
Yeah.
the bridge, the sign is there. It
But
gives
then
you-
it's right there.
No,
That's
it
the
gives you
thing.
ample time if you are not doing
Bro, you gotta
11
lock
over.
it
No,
up.
that's just a roadwork sign. They don't have a warning about a vehicle taking pictures.
I know.
I drive it every day. Man, look, Kyle.
You're going the
Kyle,
other way, though.
I
So do
will.
I drive it every single
How
day.
fast are you going where all of a sudden you're right on the camera?
Well, I got caught doing 49.
You monster.
But
Wait, they
also
popped you at
48.
49.
So it's got to be 6 then. It's got to be 6.
6 is the
Man,
line.
what a dick. That's a dick.
And my
limit.
boss has 4 of them.
You got 4?
Oh, man.
Yeah, and we're still waiting to see if we get more. Luckily, he's in a work vehicle, so he's not getting the ticket.
Damn.
Well, so Kyle, you got the one. You learned your lesson. It never
What a
happened again.
scamola for the state.
No, I got the 2.
Oh, you got 2. I'm sorry. You're right.
And they were from August, so
Me
I
too.
don't know.
Oh, man.
You're, I'm an
Scary
August boy,
feeling.
too.
August boy. Itty bitty August boy. Well, Kyle,
I did pay.
I love how everyone follow. I paid my ticket. Well, what else? What other choice do you have? You can take your license.
Sending my
away.
money down to Philadelphia.
Kyle, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
They don't even give it to a New York outfit.
Outfit? What is this? The mafia?
It kind of seems like it.
Do
You
hear
want to
yourself?
drive? You got to pay me.
Do you hear
Want to go
yourself?
down this road? Frickin' pay me.
It's not a toll.
You got my money? I saw you driving last week. Where's my money?
It is amazing to watch guys Tommy's age. Yeah, law and order's good. Wait a minute, you're using it against me? I am the one who
Hey,
is
I'm
now-
one of the good ones,
Are you?
man.
Because I got a photo that shows you doing 11 miles over in a construction zone, you piece of crap.
Car doesn't even look fast.
Yeah, it's the only one of these tickets that isn't blurry.
No, it's not. It's very clear.
All right, let's take a break. Look, man, I'm sorry. Just pay your ticket and stop jet assing.
I
How
pay.
about
I
that?
paid the ticket. I pay my ticket.
Punk ass 60-year-olds jet assing all over 490. There are places like we talked about in the world that breed tension.
Yeah.
Airports, hospitals. You understand why
Radio shows.
people's anger will spill over
Yeah.
into other things. But for some reason, this very innocent place, in fact, a place that is designed to get you in and out as fast as possible, might be the worst spot
Really?
for anger and ill temper and action. And there is a couple, after an incident in Webster,
Yeah.
that have been arrested. And when you find out why,
It went that bad.
I mean, look, it sounds silly, but we've all seen stuff like this happen in these spots. And maybe you even felt the anger bubbling up enough where you think you could do this.
Oh.
We'll tell you what went down. We'll
wait to
do it
hear.
next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. That's a Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, buddy.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Don't you forget it. Sometimes the smallest battles are the biggest testers of your patience. Because there's one place in the world where the most inconsequential things can lead to massive blow-ups. When you don't get what you want, you don't like it. And when you're paying money and spending precious time waiting only for something to go wrong, so help me God.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We want to give you $5,000.
$5,000.
And we want to do it every day. And it's easy. All you have to do, you download the free Odyssey app, you log in, you listen to WCMF for at least an hour each day. But that like flies by in a second.
It does.
With how great we are at our jobs. When you listen for an hour each day,
What happened?
that is your daily entry. One winner in this national contest will win $5,000 every single day. Download the Odyssey app. Listen to us all the time because we're super cool. And good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Just after 7:45 this morning. You have an issue with artists hanging around too long, musicians.
Yes.
Right? You think that there should be a cutoff date on touring and we never see you again. And you are not going to like what might be the greatest American musician of the last 50 years had to say about when he's going to hang it up.
Wait, 50 years he's been doing it?
Well, I'm trying to think.
All right.
Yeah, he's been doing it over 50 years
So
now.
we got Fossil Rock.
We'll get to it. Tell you who it is just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. A 36-year-old woman and a 41-year-old man are in serious trouble after an incident at a Wendys drive-thru in Webster. Police say the incident started over sauces.
So they didn't get the right sauce?
Yeah, the pair were upset they were given the wrong sauces at the drive-thru with their order.
Okay.
I want you to keep that in mind as we detail the rest of the allegations.
Packet of sauce.
Yes, wrong sauces.
All right.
Police say the situation escalated from anger to law-breaking when the couple began damaging property at Wendys.
So outside, or did they? Because they're in the drive-through.
They were in the drive-thru. We do not have the details on that.
So
but
ripping up plants.
they may have gone inside because police say it escalated further when they began getting physical with employees.
Over the sauce.
Yes. So they must have gotten out of the car at some point, right? Here's where it gets really bad.
All right.
One, the woman who was driving, according to police, was drunk. She was charged with DWI and a bunch of other stuff, as well as...
Sauce when getting sauce.
She was also charged with endangering the welfare of a child.
Wait.
Because it turns out the whole time there were 3 kids in the car under the age of 16.
But there's two adults, 3 kids.
She was
and
drunk
they're having a sauce war.
while she's drunk
While
driving,
she's sauced.
according to police. The man was also charged with 3 counts of endangering the welfare of
Wait,
a
he
child.
wasn't even driving.
No, criminal mischief, harassment, and physical contact. Both of them were arrested. Both of them have court dates coming up. And the worst part of this story,
What?
none of them got their sauces.
No sauce.
Okay, so here's the thing.
The poor kids.
No kidding.
Yeah.
They're going to watch this.
Do you think that they let the kids have the food? I'm being
I hope
serious.
so, just to keep them calm.
Right? Like, all right. So there are some places that are more likely to get your blood boiling than others.
All right.
The airport is no fun.
Well, sure.
The DMV is very stressful. But for some reason, when it comes to people freaking out, there is no location on earth like a drive-through.
Fast food. Yeah.
Hanger.
Hangry. Hanger?
It's got to be like just a combination of things that lead up to that massive boiling point.
But here's the thing. Like, when you stand back 1,000 feet and really think about it, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is it about a fast food drive-thru that brings out the worst in everyone and makes even the most level-headed people lose their effing minds? Because the drive-thru is there to be convenient.
Yeah.
It moves you
But-
through pretty quick.
And you're expecting it to go a certain way. You're expecting it to move quickly. And when things when somebody's holding up the line, or you feel like somebody's ordering too much, like even though you may have no place to be, it's like, come on, what's taking so long?
But why do you lose it on that? Because think of all the other things you spend money on
Yeah.
that may not go your way.
Right.
That you never hear anybody flipping out about, right? But you're spending $6.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And you've called 911, you've
Yeah.
assaulted workers, you've thrown drinks at people. And it's worse than bars.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
they
No,
serve
you're right.
alcohol at these places, and you're right. We get way more stories about drive-thru
French
incidents.
fries and burgers.
Remember that Dunkin' Donuts we talked about, where that woman threw a hot chocolate
Oh,
back
yeah.
in that woman's face in
Yeah.
the counter? Now, look, man, I get it. It can get backed up sometimes, but you don't have to get out of your car, ever. You can listen to your radio, you're climate controlled, you're just chilling out while you're waiting. But for some reason, there are a myriad of things that set us all off in this insanity. The phone number is 252-WCMF. Why is the fast food drive-through such a volatile spot?
I mean, I could understand if we only saw these stories in the morning or, at night when you're trying to come home from work and you got somewhere you have to be and you're on a time crunch and that's why you're just getting super, super impatient. But, that's not the case. These happen all times a day, night, whatever. It's not like, somebody's necessarily in a rush whenever it goes down.
The only time people were even giving Trump crap the other day, man. It wasn't fast enough with the fries. I thought it was fast enough. They think they're Trump, Donald, you got to go faster.
Wait, Bernie Sanders is back there too?
They're turning into the same person, I'm telling you right now. I like women. I'm just saying I like a lot of women. But Donald Palmer only got...
All of your impressions have morphed into one
Yes.
mega impression.
Yes, they have.
Well, yeah, mega.
252-WCMF. We're talking about this man and woman out in the Webster drive-thru, Wendy's drive-thru in Webster. They were arrested after police say they didn't get the sauces they wanted. They apparently freaked out. According to police, got out of the car, started damaging the Wendy's property, then started getting physical with the employees there.
Yeah.
The woman who was driving was arrested for a DWI. There were also 3 kids under the age of 16 in the car while it happened. The man was arrested for criminal mischief, harassment, as was the woman, and then a bunch of charges, like I'm going to tell you.
A bunch of charges.
A bunch of charges for endangering the welfare of a child.
I think everybody at some point too has witnessed some kind of
Yes!
incident go down. I don't know. I've witnessed multiple where not that they escalated to the point of violence, but where somebody was throwing a fit and it made things awkward for everybody. I even watched a woman because she didn't have something included in her order. She left her food behind. That is a statement I would never make in a million years. Even if I was angrier than hell, I'm still taking that food with me.
Yeah, what point are you proving? I paid for this?
Yeah, you paid for it and then you left the food behind. What was in there that you were so pissed at that you couldn't even take it with you?
I don't know about you guys, though. You can see these things starting, right? You can see people reacting.
Boiling.
Yeah, you can hear them when they're ordering on the thing, whatever. If that happens in front of me, I start to get so anxious because
Oh, yeah.
I'm not leaving the line.
Right.
I don't want to watch.
I have already
No.
committed, but I am going to be forced to watch what's going to happen because I'm here. I can't look away.
And you don't know what to do after. Hey, how's it going? I'm going to be super polite to you because I know that person ahead of me just bit your head off.
And the worst is if they'll lean out the car and look back at you, right? Do
Yeah.
not involve
Yeah, I know.
me in any
Yeah.
way.
I'm looking down. I'm looking away on my phone.
You know what would really help? What would really help? Bring down the drive-through temperature.
What's that?
Actual, legitimate expectations. You're in line at a fast food place that is going to make you a meal in under 3 minutes.
Right.
And I want you to really think about that for a second. You're getting a full hot meal prepared specifically for you. And the expectation is in 180 to 300 seconds that meal is in your car and you are driving away.
So what do we do?
No, but think about how phenomenal that is.
I know, but nobody thinks like that.
No, you should. Just take a second. Think how long it takes for you to prepare a hot meal for yourself in your house.
Yeah.
10 minutes minimum.
Mm-hmm.
And that's even taking out a chicken parm sub from yesterday, put it in the microwave. By the way, that meal is being prepared by a bunch of people who make close to, if not, minimum wage.
Yeah. They ain't getting rich.
And they really shouldn't care about how fast you're getting your food. They're going to keep getting paid.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Let's be real, too. Those jobs are not fun.
But Donald Trump looked like he was having a good time. He was talking to people. He had a lot of fun.
You know the store wasn't open.
I'm just saying, people love me. They
We're
love
gonna
my
try
French
this
fries.
I get Bernie Sanders across the street. Is that right?
I love the salt. They say, Donald, enough with the salt. You're
those-
gaining too much weight.
Those jobs are miserable. And that's when you don't have people freaking the F out of you. So expecting people.
Still play nice.
No, I'm just saying to expect someone that works at a fast food restaurant to get your order perfect every single time in a matter of 240 seconds is a dumb thing to do.
Oh, sure.
It's dumb. And it sucks, right? You got your hopes up, you're hungry, you want to get home wherever you're going. But it's a 3-minute hot meal. And think about the amount of cars that go through Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King in a day.
yeah.
Hundreds, maybe 1,000.
Think about your common man.
I mean,
Love
yes.
thy brother.
No, I'm not going
And the
there.
sisters, too. No, you are. I said, but play nice.
No, I'm just saying,
Also,
expectations here. You wouldn't walk into an Applebee's and walk out if dinner wasn't ready in 5 minutes.
Yeah, but yeah, true.
when you throw fit like that and in a fast food place. I'm guessing this is a place you've been multiple times.
Yeah, sure,
especially
probably
if it's in the
drive.
town you live in. Like you know, this could be a regular stop for you. I mean, you kind of, when you make a scene, when you get other people involved, like how do you return to that place again? Like you've now ruined that spot for you.
No, but see, we're normal, logical, rational human beings. I think that the people that do stuff like this in the
You
drive-thru,
think they go back?
they go back because they don't think they did anything wrong.
No, the customer's always right.
Yes, they think
Yeah, I
they
don't
were
want
in the right.
Like, I mean, I'd be worried they're gonna mess with my food after that.
I'm giving you my hard-earned money and either our expectations and back when I was doing this as a blah 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 blah. It's a hot meal in 3 minutes.
Right.
Shut up. You don't have to get out of the car.
But I mean, if you're having a bad day, you've been down on your luck, you're drunk, the kids are killing you in the back seat. Old man, he's buzzed too, man. We're just trying to get to the meth lab.
See, everything up until the third thing was fine. No, look, I get it, all right?
I mean, some people are down and out.
I'm not saying you can't get frustrated, right? And I'm not saying there aren't times where things are going to be royally screwed up or somebody actually is just like incompetent. Like those things happen, right? But I want you to think about this.
Right.
These two people's names are in the news today.
Oh, yeah.
Over sauces.
Yes, I know.
Because even if she wasn't drinking, as the allegations say, she was going to get arrested if all of the other stuff had happened. And there were other people, like we said. There was a woman hunt, Kimmy, for that woman on the
ladies
east
take
side
off too.
who threw that hot chocolate back into the face of that Dunkin' worker, right? Like, do you want to end up with your name in the paper and your face on the news because you didn't get the right sauce? The answer is no.
That's true.
That's a no.
All right.
Look, simple.
Right.
If we're going to remember one thing, remember this. Temper your expectations. This is not a high-end steakhouse. This ain't no country club either. It's a fast food place. And I think the funniest part of all of it,
What's that?
if you were to run a legitimate scientific experiment where you actually kept track of how many orders that drive-through you go to whenever you go nailed your order versus screwed it up slightly, I bet you they're doing a hell of a lot better than you think.
But nobody brags about you getting it right.
And we only remember the mistakes. Like,
Right.
that's human nature. Fine. Right? It may seem like because of that they never get it right. But, like, do me a favor. If you are one of these people listening to us right now, shut up, you're incompetent. Keep a tally on your phone for, like, 3 months.
All right.
And then at the end of the 3 months, count out how many orders were perfect versus how many orders got screwed up. And I bet you it is overwhelmingly good.
But even the people that don't bitch, that just take the order and they go home, how many of them have assaulted that bag of food when they got home and they opened it up and it was wrong? Because you're still in that boat. It's just a delayed reaction. You still have that anger.
Yeah.
Based on everything you said, which is right.
Okay.
But, like, you got home and that ain't
Yeah.
the sauce.
Yeah.
Goddamn, this thing's supposed to have 2 patties in it, and you call that a whole bag of fries, and half of them are at the bottom of the bag.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he can't be mad. Be mad. Be mad all
But you
want.
are that person, too, though.
I disagree.
It's delayed.
No, I think the line in the sand is drawn when you take it out on somebody else.
True.
When you
shouldn't
get
hurt
home,
people.
look, man, if you want to get home and you
beat
want
up your queso sauce.
yeah, go beat up all the queso you want.
Yeah, it's in your, you're keeping it to yourself.
The angriest I've ever seen a human being in my life. My brother Ryan, he's on the show on Fridays, right? So I was like 17, 18.
Yeah.
He was like 16. We got those, remember they used to sell those fundraising cards where it was like buy one Big Mac, get one for free?
Okay.
So turns out there was no like limit on that. You could
Oh.
use it 5 times a day if
Look
you
at
want.
that.
Really?
So every night
So
over
you're
this,
getting double Big Macs?
double Big Macs. You could order a Big Mac meal and you got a free Big Mac.
BOGO Big Mac.
Somehow I ended up 300 pounds. Every night at like 2 in the morning, we would end up at the drive-thru on Chile
They
Avenue.
were 24 hours?
Yeah, that was a 24-hour McDonald's back then.
God damn.
We used to be a proper.
How many prostitutes were ahead of you?
Well, your mom, that was about it. So we're all excited. It's our nightly trip for our 2 Big Macs. We go through the line. Ryan's starving. I've eaten all day. I've eaten all day. We get home. He opens up the thing.
Yeah.
There's no meat.
Wait, they were meatless? They forgot to put the patties in?
They put all the
One
toppings.
pickle. Like they did everything, and there was no meat on the bread. He flipped out.
Enjoy your bread
Flipped out.
sandwich.
Oh.
And me and I had another buddy there. We're howling with laughter. He's like, we'll go back in the car. We'll go back in the car. Now, Ryan wanted to drive. Problem was his car, the window was automatic, and the motor had burnt out.
Yeah. because it's a Duffy.
So he had to get out.
He would have had to get out of the car,
Yeah.
and we had to talk him off the ledge. We're like, Ryan, even if you go back and complain, you're going to have to go
pay
through
for
the
it.
drive-through,
Yes, yes.
right?
Open your door.
Because it's 24 hours. You're going to have to open your door
You
for the
yell
window
out.
that doesn't work. And be like, you forgot to be like, call this one a wash. The best part, me and my buddy had extra Big Macs because we
Yeah.
had the.
No, you didn't share.
Of course not. I got mine.
I have seen people that don't share their fast food with other coworkers get into a screaming match between two fatties in the halls of CMF.
Wait, one person expected them to share their
So-
fast food?
Yeah.
Somebody was eating a Big Mac and some French fries.
Yeah.
And somebody else, another fatty, said, "Hey man, can I have a couple of fries?" And he said no.
I'm kind of with him there.
He said no. Go get your own.
Wait, you're
And
with the fry not share, or are you with the guy
The
that
first
wanted the
fatty.
fries?
I'm with the person not sharing.
Okay.
Like
So-
I bought this meal for me.
Big McFatty guy, right? So fatty chick goes, you can't. And they're coworkers. They work
Okay,
together.
I'm not sharing food with my coworkers.
No, but it's like you have a desk next to this
Yeah.
dude. You get into a screaming match over 5 fries. All she wanted was a couple of fries. He wouldn't even give her that.
Should have given up the fries.
no.
This dude wasn't giving up nothing.
It's rude to ask, but if they ask, you have to give up a couple
She
of fries.
lost her crap, man. We were on the air. You could hear it down the hall. And it was early. It was like 11 o'clock. So it was like that first, when they switched the
Yeah.
menu over.
Yeah.
And he's like, go get your own. He's like, yes, it's right down the street. You can go get your own.
That was his lunch, right? I mean,
All right, so it's not the drive-through. Maybe it's just fast food in general then?
I think it makes people nuts.
Okay.
Like they were screaming at each other and they were friends.
well, because it's
Not for long.
the whole process. You're ordering it, so you're waiting on the order. Then if you're getting it to go, you're likely waiting until you get wherever
He
you're
drove, got it,
going.
came back,
You're
up the elevator.
smelling it
eat.
the whole time.
Oh, yeah.
And the second you sit down to eat it, somebody's asking for some of your fries that you waited that long to eat.
And this dude was bigger than you.
Why you gotta hurt people?
I'm hurting you. You were fat. I mean, at your biggest, dude was bigger than you.
Okay. Just everyone be cool. You especially. Because you were cool up until then. Now you're just hurting everybody.
So fat he was bow-legged.
What is the date you think that musicians should be forced to get off the road?
I mean, if you're 10 years from your last hit,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
you should at least start winding it down.
Look, I think you can make the argument now that this man is the most dominant rock and roll tour in the world.
Does he have to sit when he performs?
No, he doesn't. No.
Okay, 'cause
No,
that's another one. I don't want to see your agent rock star ass sitting.
Look, this guy's way up there, but he's still in phenomenal shape. And everyone who sees him, at least recently, has said the show is still
All right.
unbelievably good. And when he was asked what he is going to do, when he's going to decide, I'm going to hang it all up. And I don't think you're going to like his answer.
Really?
We're going to do it next here. Tell you who it is in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's weird how you're so opposed to this.
What do you mean?
Well, like people pay thousands of dollars for these tickets, right? I mean, it's making this person happy. So why should they stop?
Enjoy.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Look, this man's going to do it longer than you should. In fact, this may make you jump out of your chair angry. You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. If you listen to the break room, you know that Tommy believes that touring musicians should have an end date.
Yes.
Right? And
Enough's enough.
like you don't like to see these older, aging rock stars getting out there and doing their thing.
Get the kids come up and you're taking on spots these kids get.
What's that what they're doing? They're taking the spots, right? Like if the Stones were touring.
It's Justin Bieber, kid. He can't get a break.
So you just said you believe that an artist should be forced to stop touring. How? What was your
10 years after your last hit, or my other one is if you now have to sit to perform.
Okay.
And we got a lot of sitters now.
So that being said, there is a legendary artist, arguably the greatest American musician of the last 50 years, Bruce Springsteen. Okay. So he's got two big things coming up.
What's that?
First of all, Disney
Hemorrhoids
Plus.
and what?
There is a new docuseries on Disney Plus called Road Diary. Bruce Springsteen and the East Street
How many
Band.
documentaries does this guy have?
It's going.
Plus, he's got a Broadway play telling you the same story.
We're not even done yet. So this is going to this is documenting him and the band on the road for their last.
Dad didn't understand me.
There is also a biopic called Deliver Me From Nowhere, which is coming out in a couple of months, I guess.
Oh.
So that's going to document his life after the release of The River as he works on in Nebraska, so like 80 to 82.
We got to get that covered.
I can't wait to see
Oh,
that.
my God, me too.
But as he's sitting down to promo these two things that he is
Songs
now
about starvation.
part of, he was asked
So cold.
when he's going to stop touring.
When I'm cold. How long is he going, man?
So he just turned 75.
He's 75 years old.
75 years old. I'm going to read you a quote.
What?
When asked when he will get off the road, quote, "I'm going to keep going until it's over."
Till he dies.
When he was asked to clear up that statement, yes, he said he was going to tour until he dies.
He dies.
He
Okay.
dies. You cool with that?
Why?
Because people still want to see him play.
I guess, but you're not getting the best Bruce Springsteen after a while.
Yeah, but if anybody is gonna go along, it's gonna be that guy.
That guy looks. He doesn't
Yeah.
look. He looks 50. Like,
He,
you gotta
he
admit.
looks great. He keeps himself in great shape.
Yep.
But it's still, man, your voice, you just can't put a song over the way you did.
He also has a voice that you could do.
Yeah.
Well, he's
The
got a
older he
Willie.
gets, the raspier it gets, kind of works.
Yeah, it ain't Lou,
I
right?
mean, it worked for, Willie Nelson.
Sure.
Because he never sounded great to begin with.
Oh, for God's sake.
No, I love Willie, but
I could tell, but you just
Yeah, I
kick him
know.
right in the balls.
Seriously.
but I wouldn't go see Willie now.
Really?
No,
Oh, so you were lying when we were talking about that tour at Darien Lake with Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp?
I wouldn't go.
Okay, great. Bruce still tours on a
That was an old show.
Yes.
Hey, Mellencamp was the kid.
Bruce still tours on a regular basis. He's got no opener. They play for like 3
3
hours,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And that on its own is very impressive for a 75-year-old man. But I have several friends who are diehard Bruce fans. And
we
they've
all know.
Yeah, they've seen him recently, and they say the show is still phenomenal.
Great with a nominal.
Phenomenal. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this the right way to be? What Bruce is doing here?
Well, I guess give your audience. I wouldn't want to watch it.
You wouldn't go see Bruce right now?
Yeah, I know.
75.
Hey,
I mean, they're guys.
Jazz Cat. I'd be a little bit careful.
You don't want me here now.
I didn't want you here 20 years ago.
I still got 10 years till I'm 75.
Yeah, you ain't making it to 75. You were saying, Kimmy, I'm sorry.
I mean, there are guys performing, that are 10, 15 years older than him.
Willie Nelson,
Yeah.
Bob Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to you, he's not enough of a legend.
Oh, he's a legend,
just
there's
see
no
on
doubt.
stage, because we make that argument all the time too. Like, yes, of course they're not going to be what they once were, but just the fact that you're seeing, a legendary musician on stage is enough for most people.
So I remember when Sinatra came here late in his career, right? Yeah. And everybody flocked to go see Sinatra. I think it was at the War Memorial. And he was doing karaoke. They had these gigantic monitors, so you could actually see him reading the words of the song. So you got to see.
Look, in his defense, it's hard to put a song over when you didn't write any of them, and you're just talking over music.
But you wanted to be in a room with a celebrity.
That's what
a legend.
That's what music was. Music when you talked over a big band
Yes.
of words that other people wrote.
But people wanted to see
Music
it.
ain't what it used to be, baby.
I wouldn't want to see Sinatra like that.
No, fine, that I get. But, like, look.
It's sad.
252 WCMF, as we talk about Springsteen saying in an interview this week that he is going to tour until he's dead. He's never going to stop. Your concern is that they're harming their legacy by continuing to
so.
play. Okay. I think that there are some artists that have been so massive it's impossible to kill their
They're
legacy.
bulletproof.
Yes. The Stones, no matter what their last tour looks like, will always be the Stones. Same with Kiss, Elton John, Billy Joel, Paul McCartney. I think you include Springsteen in there.
I mean, he is a legend. I'll give you that.
They've had such a long run of
decades
success
of hits.
that it doesn't matter. Like, you've seen those videos of Frankie Valli.
Yeah, he's
The
90.
Four Seasons, and he's up there, and he's literally lip syncing, and he can't even lip sync. He can't get the mic to his face. Yeah, that's killing his legacy.
But we're going down that road with these guys.
Now with Springsteen, man, he's put it over for so long and been
But
so
your body
good.
will crap out. We all die. We all get old, man. There's no way around it. You can stretch your face as much as you want, do as many push-ups as you want to do. Your body, we all check out the same way, and we are pushing the limits of age now with these musicians because we're so goddamn greedy. We want more and more out of these people.
I don't get that
We're
impression.
killing
we are.
Bruce.
Okay. What's that?
We're killing Bruce.
No, he seems like...
because I think killing those guys is stopping them from performing. That's what's going to kill them quicker, right?
Joe Paterno syndrome.
Oh, he was 90.
What I'm saying.
And by the way,
do you
a
think-
couple things got to Paterno.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I also think it helps musicians when they can kind of hide behind an instrument or instruments. Because I think that works for Elton John completely. Like he could sit at a piano the whole time and you're going to be entertained. He doesn't really have to get up and do a whole lot. Whereas or if they could sit with a guitar or something like that. I do think that helps the show as a whole if they can kind of take breaks and show their their skills on instruments.
Well, okay, Elton John, Billy Joel, they get to sit. You're
Yeah.
right, like those
Yeah.
guys. Okay, but like what makes Bruce and Mick so
I know that's
impressive?
the thing with him though is he has so much energy on stage, and that's now your expectation.
Look, I will agree with you, Tommy, that there are artists that effed with their legacy doing shows past their prime, and I know there's gonna be people really mad at me about this. But I think Motley Crue is the prime example of that.
The crew got a little too old.
Look, their prime was hot and fast, right? Fair statement?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, like they burned bright.
Right.
And
They were the cool guys.
boom, things went south real fast, right? But like when you talk about shows that people are disappointed in, like that we hear, Motley Crue comes up a ton. And I think that their like prime wasn't long enough for them to continue to do shows where people are disappointed when they go.
But I guess too, like I agree with you when you start. You just can't put the songs over anymore. But you also kind of lose that cool factor as you age. You're like your kids are gonna go. Well, this is an old man and a guitar. I would see it, Park Ave Fest or Clothesline Fest.
I don't know, man. Like,
you just look like an old. I mean, you see him as a cool guy, but your kids are looking at some old guy.
I think that I get what you're saying, and maybe by the way, he's your generation, not mine. He
No,
was
but
an old
I-
guy when I got into
Yeah.
it.
Right, but you were a weird kid.
No, I wasn't.
Drinking
Everybody
gin
loves
at
Bruce.
15.
I think that guys like Bruce and Dylan, especially Willie Nelson, like they were the voice of the counterculture. Whereas that counterculture voice is still there, even though they've aged by 50 years. I mean, it's a strange phenomenon.
I mean,
right?
they're old as the guys you're voting for now.
Which is a whole other issue.
You know what I'm saying?
Like that's a whole other discussion to have. But no, I mean, look, the things that they said that made them famous to begin with are still things that are relevant, which I think helps with Bruce and Bob Dylan and Willie Nelson, right? Those other guys are just great performers. I don't know. I'd go right now. I'd go see Bruce.
I'll
right
tell you
now.
what's going to happen
Someone,
on stage. It's going to happen.
I'm sorry, I mumbled it. What were you going to say?
No, somebody, like one of these summer tours when it's super hot out in the Midwest, is just going to implode on stage.
You're hoping for it. So then
No.
why don't you let him go? No, you are.
Yeah, you
Every
are.
time you
Because you
get
say this all the time.
and a little
Nothing-
gleam shows up in your eye.
I'm
John
telling you. I'm telling you.
You're going to see somebody just fall down. The mic's going to hit the stage.
Worst bonus pick ever.
It's going to happen. Maybe this summer. I don't know.
All right, let's take a break. We think we know what animals live in our area, but we
got another one?
Well, look, we keep getting surprised, and there is no confirmation here. There is not a confirmation here, but there is a man who says he knows the land. He knows the land.
Being
Thomas.
told he's wrong too.
Which it's funny because Kimmy, we've heard stories like this before, where it turns out those people were wrong,
Oh.
right?
Yeah.
And like they did a full investigation. The state says they did, and they don't think they see what this guy sees.
Never seen it before, though.
But he's confident that Tommy, this animal that should not be in our area,
Is here.
is here, buddy.
Damn.
We'll tell you what it is and where it could be.
Is it a snapper?
It'll snap on you, all right.
Damn.
Next here at the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We got ourselves another animal mystery.
Uh-oh.
Because these animals do not live around here.
Are they dangerous?
Well, they're super dangerous. But a man from our area says, not so fast, buddy.
What's he saying?
Well, he says he's got visual proof and some marks in the mud that says otherwise.
So he hasn't seen it. He's just tracking them?
He kind of sent it. If you call this, sent it.
Thinks he found some evidence.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. Let's take a trip out to Sodus.
Oh, nice area. Got a buddy out that way.
Was a nice area. Not till the buddy moved in. I meant till now. But I guess both.
So what's creeping around Sodus?
That's where
the normal country creep.
That's where Ted NBC found a man who says he captured an image on his trail cam that threw him for a loop.
Oh, so he's got an image.
Yes.
Well,
Grainy?
The man's name is Clifford Mayo.
Clifford Mayo?
Sidebar, great name.
Cliff
The
Mayo.
best name.
Cliff
Mayo.
Mayo is a great name.
That was a great name.
Didn't you open for Clifford Mayo back in
I
the
think
day?
I did, yeah.
So Cliff, he's a hunter, and he's got a trail cam.
All right.
And on that trail cam, he captured a blurry image
Of course it's blurry.
of what he believes is a cougar.
A cougar.
A cougar.
Coming
And
back from the bar?
Not the Mellencamp. Shut up. Boo. And we know that cougars have been a problem for bars in Sodus. And we're not talking about, okay. The image on the trail cam is very blurry.
All right.
So it's
But
hard
it
to
looks like a big cat.
Well, yes, it's hard to make out what it could be.
It's very like Bigfoot-like.
You saw the picture. What do you think? Is that a cougar?
I don't know. I don't know what the hell's in the woods. Don't ask me.
It's hard
Could somebody have had a cougar and let it go?
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves
All right.
here. We get the rest of the story. But Mayo says it's not just the cougar on the camera. He says he's got more evidence that convinces himself this could be
hell's in the-
a big ol'... You doing okay over there? All right. Cat, this is for 10 NBC.
There's been 10 deer kills in this orchard in the last 2 months, 8 fawns and 2 doe, and that's never happened. I've had footprints that are 5 inches in diameter. Yeah, I'm out here every day and I've never had a problem, but now I don't want to go in the woods.
He talks like Cliff Mayo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's seen it. I've seen it all.
There ain't a man alive, and his mom was already dead.
And I cuss a cougar out. Get this goddamn bar cougar, leave that boy alone.
So you heard Mayo, who's out in the woods every day.
Measuring footprints.
Yeah,
He's nervous.
sure.
Doesn't want to go into the
That's
woods.
a big paw print, man. 5
Yeah,
inch.
it's pretty big. No matter what it is, it's got to be a big cat of some sort.
Okay.
Or, I guess, a coyote.
So here's where it gets interesting.
What?
Did you know
What?
the state of New York has not had a confirmed wild cougar population since the 1800s?
So were cougars ever around here?
Did you not? I'm going to say what I just said. Are you ready?
So they had one in the 1800s.
They had there were multiple.
So there was a population of cougars here in the 1800s.
You just set a record. It wasn't even a second that I gave you
So
the
that was a
information.
confusing statement.
No, let me say that again.
Say it again.
The state of New York
Yeah.
has not had a confirmed wild cougar population since the 1800s.
I didn't hear the wild part. I thought like maybe the circus had one and it got loose or something. Ate a child.
Okay.
That could be. We lost a lot of children in the 1800s to cougar attacks.
The State Department of Environmental Conservation, hearing Mr. Mayo's concern,
Yeah.
went out to his property to investigate. They looked at the trail cam, they examined the prints in the mud, and they concluded this is not a bobcat.
All right.
DEC says, quote, physical evidence suggests the animal in the area is a coyote. Track size and shape and the presence of claw marks had led them to that conclusion. Here's a problem.
What?
Doesn't sound like old Cliff Mayo thinks the DEC is right.
Well, because he thinks it's too big, right?
That's
Well,
what
he's saying he's never seen this before.
Size and the weight of the print.
and the other stuff like those does
Yeah.
and
Right, eating that
fawns
stuff,
all
yeah.
getting eaten, right? So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is this a simple case of mistaken identity from Mr. Mayo? Or
Yeah.
is the state DEC trying to hide something?
That way the cougars are back.
Bum, bum,
I always thought cougars were like Africa. Like lions and cougars and stuff. But don't
Lions
like you
and
knew.
tigers
There's
and
cougars
stuff.
all over America.
I
There
did
were
not
at
know
one
that.
point. Yeah.
I know there's like mountain lions. Cougars I thought were like
No.
you had to be hot.
No.
No.
No,
I
Canada's
know.
got a bunch of that stuff,
Yes.
right?
Canadian
Canadian
cougars.
lynx.
Canadian bobcats, Canadian
Bobcat,
lynx, Canadian
I get bobcat.
cougars.
I thought he had to be hot.
No.
Like a panther.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, You don't think so? You don't want to touch your forehead again?
I literally cited where I got the
I
information.
understand. I just
and
thought-
told you that they had cougars in the 1800s.
I thought they brought them here or
You're
something like that.
Why would you bring cougars?
Back then they had all kind of. You
No,
remember, we had no rules back then.
Give me a simple reason why you would bring
People had lions on their farm and all kind of crap. Elephants.
Okay.
It was out of control, bro.
Do you
No,
think...
you could buy heroin from Sears.
Shut up.
You don't think he shot up and went over to Africa, grabbed a couple of cougars, just to watch them fight in the backyard?
Even worse, he might cougar heroin. Put that cougar on heroin. That's why the population decreased so much in the 1800s. All right. Do you think that this man is right?
Based on
He's done nothing. What are you basing it on?
If you would have told me before, cougar, get you out of your mind. They don't exist around here. But you're telling me they
No.
They've been here since the 1800s.
Do not pin this on me. I did not say that. I
They
said
came here pre-Civil War. I remember Lincoln mentioned them in the address.
What did it sound like?
Forrest Gump, 7 cougars ago.
It's weird how FDR's doing the Gettysburg Address.
Well, everybody sounded like that back then.
You're the dumbest person I know. I'm not saying there are cougars. I am telling you that there were cougars over 100 years ago.
Maybe they're back.
They haven't been around. This man who owns a property says it is a cougar. The DEC says it is not. Who do you think is right?
I'm going to go now. I think this guy's onto something. Because he's saying it's too big.
Yeah.
And like you're saying, like, those other animals couldn't attack something that big and eat it.
Well, and I think it takes a lot for a guy like that to admit that he's afraid to go into the woods.
That's
so,
another thing.
So
That's
I
a
will
man's
say,
man.
whether or not it's a cougar, I think this guy does really believe it is something more than a coyote.
And he's a hunter. He's
Yeah.
seen it all,
Look,
man.
I'm not saying he's lying.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe
Right,
that he
right.
believes it's
Yes.
a cougar.
He's seen one eat a rocking chair once.
Yeah, cougars.
with Granny in it. Down with Granny. And the rocking chair, too.
I'm not saying this guy's lying for attention.
Yeah.
It sounds like he believes it's a cougar.
Right.
I'm asking, look, because here's the thing, right? The state did an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have a reason to lie about there being a cougar, would there? In fact, like you would think they would do the opposite and be overly cautious.
Yeah. Like I would think they would want to make sure that there's not a cougar roaming around in the woods.
Unless I'm wrong, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to... before we get to the ones, I'm sorry, again, we're talking about this man. His name is Clifford Mayo. He lives out in Sodus. He's got a trail cam on his property. Says that he believes he caught what he believes, a blurry picture of a cougar. He says that there have been a bunch of animals that have been eaten and killed.
What a big deer.
And he says that the tracks he sees are cougar tracks, at least too wide to be coyote. State came in, did an investigation. They say, oh, no, this is actually a coyote.
But it had to be a big-ass coyote.
Yes, it would. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, 1800s, the eastern cougar was in our area. It got wiped out, made extinct. So, yes, we had cougars here at one point.
Thank you, Joe.
The second, the second point is I think you're onto something in that the DEC has a reason to deny that there are cougars here because they put them here. There was rumor that the New York...
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
So they
There's rumors that
repopulated?
The New York DEC repopulated them in order to control the deer population.
Oh.
They have denied it ever since. I had a friend that was a hunter, and this could be urban legend nonsense, but the story was that this guy reported to the DEC that he found a cougar on his property. They kept denying it. It had a radio collar around its neck.
And it was listening to wheeze. That's why it died.
He kept reporting it. They kept denying it. So he shot it and hung it on the porch of one of the DEC buildings.
Send a message.
Oh, so you saw this?
No, this is a story that I was told from a friend of mine that's a hunter.
Your friend saw
That
it?
happened. No, it happened to a friend that,
Nobody saw it.
With all due
as I
respect,
said,
Joe. Okay,
as I
all
said,
right.
No, I told it. I
You
told
did,
it from
you
the
did,
beginning.
you did,
Could
you
be
did.
urban legend, could be BS. But a friend of his that's a fellow hunter, supposedly this happened to.
That fellow hunter,
And-
Lee Harvey
and that-
Oswald.
Exactly. Behind the grassy knoll.
Joe.
No, so if they admit that they are there and that they put them there, there's liability if somebody gets killed by one.
Okay, but
which would
then
give them
look, I
good
mean,
reason to deny it.
we're talking deep in the weeds conspiracy theory
I would just
for the
think, too-
Department of Environmental Conservation.
I would just think too, with all the hunters out there
Yeah.
and trail cams and things, like we would have seen
Right.
more of them if that was the case.
Yeah,
or
because there has to be
it
multiples
would be
running
spotted
around.
more often.
Well,
I
but
don't know.
There's also the
Well,
argument that it's
maybe-
really. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joe.
And maybe this is the only one that made the news. It doesn't mean that they haven't been spotted.
So for folks that argue about populations, Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. I
Yeah.
really appreciate it. Anyone that argues this is a Bigfoot argument all the time. How often do you find a bear carcass in the woods?
Right.
It never happens. Right? Like these animals, even if they're like a decent population, it's still hard to come across them, especially
Yeah.
when they don't want to be around people,
Mm-hmm.
right?
guess. Right.
So just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they're not there. And if this is a cougar, you would have seen it. But I don't know, man. Like that seems like a lot of responsibility and liability for the DEC.
Yeah.
Just to get rid of deer, to Kimmy's point, you can hunt them.
How dangerous is a cougar? Like on a scale of 1 to 10?
It's got to rip you apart.
I wasn't asking you.
It's got claws. It's got teeth, don't it? It's got fangs and claws.
So does your dog.
But yeah, my dog can rip me up.
We were all hoping.
No, I think a cougar is vicious.
All right, 252 WCMF. Let's talk to some people who probably know.
So they can take down a bear. You know that, right?
Can they take down a bear?
Yeah, because they're way faster than a bear.
What about 7 engine blocks?
Don't even get me started with the engines.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to John. It's Cougar Talk in the break room.
You see when it snap.
John, what's going on, buddy?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey.
So we actually took the kids camping at a state park down near Binghamton a couple years ago.
Cougar Falls.
Cougar Falls, smartass. And
Are you done?
so we set up a trail cam.
Yeah.
We got a big cat, not a house cat, like a small cougar or a puma. I took it down to the admin building, showed the ranger, and he's like, "Yep, that is a small cougar or it's a puma." Then the trooper comes over and he's like, "What do you got?" "Oh, trail cam." He goes, "Oh yeah, big cat, absolutely." And he goes, "DEC is going to shoot this down because we've been telling them we've had them at the woods up here for years." but
More
they won't
conspiracy on Pussycat Mountain.
So took it over to the DEC and Avon. Avon said, "House cat." And
House cat? What are you feeding it, man?
House
Steak?
Uh-huh.
We were doing
There
so
you
good. Okay, so you're saying, John, you are buying into the conspiracy theory that
Saw
the
it for
state
himself.
DEC...
It's a cover-up.
Well, we're
It's a
covering up
cover-up.
cougars and bobcats.
Yeah, they're pushing it down the
They
line.
don't want that publicity up here because then people aren't going to go camping in the woods and then they're not going to pay money in the parks to go camping in the woods.
Yeah, but counterpoint to that, if you don't tell people those are there and people do go camping in the woods and they get eaten by a cougar that the state themselves put into the woods, that
Yes.
seems like a bigger problem.
I think your counterpoint's wrong.
Simple as that.
No, but I mean, John, think about the headlines that would occur. And I'm not saying anybody's wrong because, look, I'm naive to outdoors. I don't
Yeah.
like going outside. But think about the headlines. And if someone gets mauled to death
Right.
by a
Some
cougar,
kid. That'd be terrible.
and it turns out there's a paper trail that leads back to the DEC that they put them there, didn't tell anybody, and then denied they existed. John, that would be horrific. John?
He's
I'm
out.
here.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering. I mean, like,
Are you done? Get off of Pussycat
pretty
Mountain.
Anyway, all right, you guys.
He's
Yeah.
out.
Does
Johnny's
seem
out.
like it'd be a pretty big liability.
I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm just wondering where the logic behind
Yeah.
it is. Especially when you could just issue more deer permits. Like if you want to
Yeah.
control the deer population, right?
True.
I'm just thinking out loud. I'm thinking out loud.
Well, I don't think John was saying they put the cat there.
No, he did. He did
Yeah.
say
Oh,
that.
no, I thought he was just saying they were denying that they were there.
Okay, but even if
You
you
know
are
what I mean?
denying that they're
I think
there,
there's a difference between the DC actually putting the wild animals in the woods versus like they're just kind of ignoring that they're there.
252 WCMF. We're talking about our new favorite person in the world, Clifford Mayo.
Yeah.
Cliff Mayo lives out in Sodus. He says he's got proof that there's a bobcat on his property.
He busted this thing wide open.
He's got a blurry picture of a bobcat. It says he's got big ass tracks. It says deer, doe, fawns been getting
Bucks.
killed. No, he
Everything
didn't say
got
bucks.
it.
Did you not listen to that?
Everything got it.
We
We don't know. We don't know.
No,
We
we
haven't found that
literally
buck
had
yet.
audio of him saying bow, foes.
But there might be a
foes
buck
and
out there.
dawns.
Might be a dying buck. It all started when the government released the cougars the same time they were experimenting with LSD. You
Wait.
had doped up cougars running through the Appalachian Mountains,
You talking about
biting
cougar?
hillbillies in the ass.
Talking about MK Cougar?
Yes.
He is convinced, it sounds like, he says he's too scared to go in the woods, that this is a cougar. The DEC came out and investigated, says, no, it's a big old coyote. Now we got conspiracy theory central going on here that the state of New York is releasing cougars into the woods and not telling anybody about it. You know who I trust?
Hunter.
Any man whose name ends in a Y. If your name ends in a Y,
okay,
I trust your hunting. Right?
What you got?
Bobby, Stevie. We got Ricky.
All right.
He's on CMF. Ricky, set us straight, buddy.
Yes, I do believe that there is cougars in this area. I remember about 10 years ago, 20 years ago, a buddy of mine called the DEC and said he had a cougar in his backyard.
Okay. Can I stop you real quick, Ricky? Let me stop you.
Yep.
I love the way you say cougar. Cougar. I love the way you say cougar.
Right.
And I think from now on, if we say cougar in the break room, we have to say it cougar.
Cougar.
Go on, Ricky. I'm sorry.
Well, the thing about it was my buddy calls the DEC and says, well, he goes, if you don't believe me, he says, I got my sights on it. Right now, I'll drop it. Come pick up the carcass. Within 10 minutes, his house was swarmed by DEC, state troopers, and everything. Now, I grew
The cougar's
up
parents?
No, the DEC, because now I also know of an older, he just passed away recently, DEC officer.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he had mentioned that back in the 80s that DEC did release cougars. And they don't want to be liable because it was kind of an experiment that went wrong.
Okay.
With the LSD. Tommy was talking about it earlier.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, I've seen the Grateful Dead over 100.
No, not you, the cougars. Okay. You're
I can tell you about that stuff, too.
I also want to point out that the 80s, if you refer to that as like 2 decades ago, that was like 40 years ago.
Don't hurt Ricky. He's telling us a story. But Ricky, I'm sorry. Finish your story, buddy. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying, you know what? And I have been in the woods before. I grew up in Wayne County. I was a true 315er. And I can remember back in the 80s, 90s, and even up in the 2000s where people's livestock were getting mauled by cougars. And cougars will hang out in trees and wait for their prey to come underneath them and swipe at the jugular vein. Now, there were horses that were coming up, wounded and stuff, but DEC said no, there's no cougars or no. So, yes, I do believe that there are cougars in the area, and I do believe that, yes, it is a conspiracy theory because they're there.
All right.
So based on all this information,
Yes.
if you have any problem at your house, when you call, just say I've got a cougar in my backyard, and you will have all types of law enforcement and a helicopter in 10 minutes.
In the DEC. Ricky,
Yeah.
thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it.
All right, good day, guys.
There goes Ricky. All right, so just to
Cougars hunting. He just gave a lot of cougar information.
Oh, yeah.
Nope. He gave a lot of cougar information.
They hunt in trees.
Cougar.
They cut your veins open.
Okay, so the theory being that the state DEC released, watch it be true. We look like total
I
idiots.
seen one eat a horse. We was missing a horse. Horses come staggering out of the woods. I'm it.
We should have Ricky relay all of our nature information.
I love Ricky. I also love the fact that he admitted that he's been to over 100. I didn't tell you about LSD. Let me get back to the story where the DEC brought helicopters in to get my buddy. So we had a fourth-hand story.
Yeah.
A guy who said his neighbor had an issue with the cougars and them, and then we had Ricky with that story there.
From the 80s.
Look, I mean, hey, man, hey, like I said, I'm naive to this. I'm
The
naive to
great
this.
cougar release of the 80s.
So but based on all this information,
Yeah.
right, that it is true that they put these cougars back in here 40-something years ago, maybe?
Sure, yeah.
We would have so many cougars by now. They would be.
I would think you'd
the
spot 'em more,
population
right?
would have been like bear
I don't know.
and deer and everything else. Like they should be like ravaging the countryside.
I mean, you would think at minimum you would have had a hunter put one down, right? And
Right,
then,
that's
have
what I
the
would think,
car-
like,
How about one
hunters would
showing up
see 'em
just
all the
walking
time.
down like some country main street?
Maybe they're terrified of people.
Why?
Deep in the woods.
I mean, we have
All animals are scary. Some of them still come walking down, looking around.
well, no, we have tens of thousands of bears, and
But every once in a while, one shows
but
up.
that's my point. I mean, look, not to support the theories that we're getting here, but in defense of these theories, like if you only have 500 cougars statewide, the odds that one of them's going to wander into a town are like tiny.
Yeah, but all these outdoor concerts and everything all summer, we haven't had like one country artist get bit in the boot.
Bit in the Boot is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
He got bit in the boot. He couldn't scoot. Had to cancel that tour, son. Now they're dating. He's dating a wild cougar, took all his money, left him with 4 hungry children and crops in the field. You make the fine time to leave me, Cougar Lucille.
We could just not talk and let him do that till
Yep,
10.
yep.
But we do have
I
where
ran
they-
that of Kenny Rogers.
Well, when Kenny Rogers sings a song, it's forever his
Yes.
own. We have a Where They Whining coming up at 9 o'clock, so sit tight on that. But there are some folks out the opposite way, west of us.
What's going on
in
there?
Batavia that need to find a new place. Not to live,
What's the what?
but to shop. Because this grocery store, it closed over the weekend, and it's got a
Really?
lot of people really upset. But these people also now have an opportunity because where you shop is mostly ingrained in you
Yeah.
based on where you live, what you prefer.
Yeah.
These people are now forced to be grocery store free agents.
Okay.
What are you looking for, bud?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. This is as ingrained in you as driving to your house from work or finding your bed in the dark.
Oh.
You have a grocery store you go to. You've probably gone there for years.
Oh, yeah.
And it would take a hell of a lot to tear you away.
You could do it blindfold.
Yeah. But sometimes things change.
What happened?
Well, it's left some folks west of us that shop at one specific store as now grocery-free agents.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We're about 25 minutes away from everyone's favorite break room game.
Ooh, yeah, buddy.
Get your minds working. If you're driving around, start looking for clues.
Think.
Kimmy's got her post ready to go. Where they whine in just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This weekend was the last weekend for the Save-A-Lot in Batavia.
Oh.
The store closed for good on Saturday. The owner, and it's a locally owned store, it seems.
Did not know.
Yeah. Said rising costs combined with more options for grocery stores the last couple of years did them in.
Because that was my first question. How many options for grocery stores do you have in Batavia? Is that a big town?
Seems like there's a lot. There's a Walmart, there's a Tops, there's an
Oh.
Aldi's,
Yeah.
right? And that's just in Batavia.
All the
They got
basics,
the Wegmans?
yeah.
I don't know if they have a. Do they have a Batavia Wegmans?
I would think
They got
so.
one in Geneseo.
Yeah, they got to have one then in Batavia.
I don't know why they said Geneseo. It has nothing to do with Batavia.
I know. Well, it's a small town with a Wegmans.
Yes, it
They do.
looks.
All right, so there's more than I thought. All right.
All right, so the Batavia Daily News ran a story on the last day of the Save-A-Lot. And the people
I
that.
don't know. Maybe there's not. Sorry. Anyways,
I hear the
just doing my Wegmans research.
I heard the DEC had a Wegmans there.
What happened?
Well, they had to shut it down because they staffed it exclusively with cougars on acid.
They ate all the meat.
The Batavia Daily News did this story, and they talked to folks who were shopping on the last day on Saturday. And every person in the story reacted like they were losing a family member. They talked about all the years they shopped there. They talked about how close they had become with the employees.
They probably knew the owner.
Yeah. But most of them said they didn't know what they were going to do now because they were so loyal to their grocery store.
Yeah, it is. It would be tough.
These people are now grocery store free agents. Let's try something, Tommy.
Yeah.
You are fiercely loyal to Wegmans.
Yes.
And you will never change. But let's say tomorrow, Danny Wegman says, I got enough Ferraris.
Yeah.
I'm closing the chain forever.
You're locking it up.
It's over.
All right.
What are you looking for? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. In a new place to shop for food. What are the most important details you would need as a grocery store free agent?
What would I need?
What would you need?
To replace Wegmans would be tough.
I mean, look, I get it. It's something you never have to think about.
Right,
Yeah.
but they're so good at what they do.
Yeah.
It would be hard to replace Wegmans.
And look, Wegmans and Tops have been so popular for so long in the greater
Right.
Rochester area that this thought has probably never even crossed your mind.
No.
And so I'm not near any Tops.
So Tops is out.
Tops
so for
is
you,
out.
location is
Well, yeah,
key.
because I'm right down the street from Wegmans. So
Okay. Oh,
I'm
so you're
thinking-
telling me if they close that Wegmans, you'd stop going to Wegmans?
No.
So then location is not
No,
key.
but you're saying they're all gone.
Yeah, they're all gone.
They're all gone.
Yeah.
So I would be stuck with Whole Foods or Trader Joe.
Okay.
And I might bounce back and forth.
But you wouldn't. Okay.
You also have an Aldi's, don't you?
Not close.
Jefferson.
I like close.
Okay.
Except if Wegmans was open in another town.
Yes. That's a little different.
So it's not about convenience then for you.
Well,
Talking out of both sides of your mouth, son.
same way I eat. Both sides of my mouth.
Don't you finish it.
Trust me, your mama love it. I get the whole thing.
I warned you. Stop. But you know what's funny?
She never said that.
Is he can't even give us any details because it's not about convenience. But
Yeah.
if Wegmans was somewhere else, he would go there.
Yeah.
Does price factor in for you?
No.
It's the
It
experience.
is for my wife, but I don't care about price. I like what I
It's
I
your
want what I want.
experience. It's the quality.
I'm
you
spoiled.
Appreciate. Yeah.
I'm super spoiled. I know it.
Okay.
Like even when I go down, like now when I go to Florida and I go into Publix, you ain't even close.
Tied with Wegmans is the best grocery store chain in America.
You trash.
Not according to that. What?
You southern trash. You call that an olive bar?
Okay. Do you hear
That's a
yourself right now?
Mediterranean bar? You
Do
call
hear-
that that?
Do you hear
Where's your
what you're
pepper
saying?
dews?
Are you done? Pepper dews? What's a pepper dew?
Oh, they're delicious.
There was an obvious setup
I
for a
wasn't
joke, and you
gonna-
blew
I-
it. And
well-
you blew it. I set it up. You knock it down, and you blew it. Let's see if Kimmy's any better than you as we talk about grocery store free agents. Kimmy, Tommy says he doesn't like the pepper dews at Publix.
They don't have them.
What's a pepper dew?
A pepper dew? Is it a fruit?
Oh my God, I hate both. 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Very good.
Kimmy,
Very funny.
what are you looking for as a grocery store
For
free
me,
agent?
it's totally convenience.
Oh, the
where
snacks.
I mean, I am lucky in the fact that I have a couple different options, like right down the road from me. So if I know, I mean, usually my go-to is Wegmans, but if I know I'm going at like peak busy time, I'm going to Aldi's or I'm going to somewhere else where I know the parking lot's not gonna be as crowded and I can just get in and out faster. Like I don't have to I'm not gonna worry about people bumping into me with their cart or me being in the way or like waiting in a line. I'm just in and out.
So you're strictly convenience.
Yeah.
So if you read this article again, talking about the Save-A-Lot out in Batavia closing for their doors for good on Saturday, the folks they talked to that were very sad.
What are they saying?
Price was the most important factor.
Well, yeah, because it's a discount joint.
Yes, that makes sense for this, right? But like you don't care about price, Kimmy.
No.
You didn't bring up price.
I don't think that's top of mind when I'm picking where I'm going.
Okay, so for Tommy, it's amenities, right? And I see you guys on hold. Give me 1 sec. 252 WCMF. How much does prepared food play a role for the average Rochesterian?
Oh, probably a lot.
Because like if we use Wegmans as an example,
But that is vast.
Prepared foods at Wegmans can get expensive.
Yeah.
But if you're in a rush with the fam, you can get everything you need for dinner right there.
Right.
And you kind of feel better about it not being fast food, like as a guilty
Yeah.
parent.
Think how many people score lunch there every day. Like that lunchtime, that prepared food section is like you can't move.
Yeah.
It's like a Saturday at Christmas time.
Like, how do you buy lunch there every, like, how would
People do. But they got sandwiches, they got subs.
Yeah, but
sandwiches
it's not
still cost like
cheap.
$7-8.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to sound like that guy. I get that it's
$7-8 for a goddamn sandwich.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying.
You worked at prepared foods. You saw it firsthand, man.
Yeah, I did. I ate a bunch of stuff in the back room when no one was looking. Thank you, Mac Salad.
Yeah, and you're never just getting the sandwich. You're probably getting something else on the side, too.
Chips,
right?
big old cookie.
Those big old cookies are delicious.
They're like a Frisbee.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Brandon. Hey, Brandon, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, Brandon. What are you on?
I'm at work. Save-A-Lot has to be the worst grocery store there is out there.
Okay. Okay.
Batavia has like 5 other grocery stores. I don't know why they're so upset about Save-A-Lot.
All right, well, I mean, but they were loyal to that store, Brandon. They liked that store. That's why.
I mean, all the other grocery stores offer what Save-A-Lot has. They have all these that have the same price.
Well, that's probably why they closed, Brandon.
Yeah, I guess it didn't work out, man.
Unless you like rotten food, like produce, and I guess you can go to Save-A-Lot.
Do you say the letter T? Unless you like rotten food. But maybe. All right, Brandon, what's your grocery store, buddy?
I go to Wegmans.
All right, so if Wegmans shut down forever and you're a grocery store free agent, the most important factor in a new grocery store for you would be?
Price.
Okay.
But Walmart is like cheaper than everybody else, Wegmans and everything else. So.
Okay, but wait a minute. You said you shop at Wegmans instead of going to Walmart, but Wegmans, if we're talking like average price, I mean, they're already trying to change the perception with the hot zones.
Right.
Hot zones coming in.
Yeah.
I mean, Walmart and Save-A-Lot and all these would
Probably
be
a
less
cheaper
expensive.
option,
Yeah.
Hey, but the clientele at Walmart's really not that great, so I try to avoid it as I can.
Is there anything you do like in this world, Brandon?
You don't like teas.
Great call, Brandon. Thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I want to talk to you. I want to talk about grocery stores.
Sucks.
Letter T sucks.
Rotten food.
I care about price. Where you shop? Aldi's, Walmart, Wegmans. Going back to the story here, as we said on hold, folks said on hold. How much does local matter? Because, the big locals are Wegmans and Tops, but there are smaller places. Like we said in this article, it seems like it was a locally owned store.
Yeah.
Folks talked about knowing the owner.
Right.
There are a few smaller places like Honeyway Falls Marketplace,
Right.
Mendon Meadows Marketplace. You got some Big M's. You got Buster's in Scottsville. You can see the owner walking around in a tie with an apron on.
Right, yeah.
Is that a draw over a national brand like a Whole Foods or a Trader Joe's or an Aldi's?
Probably is. It's more folksy and old school.
Even though not for you, though.
No. Because that's when I worked at Winn-Dixie. That's what it was.
Wait. Yeah, no, I get it. But, do you see it as a negative?
No.
You? Are you afraid? You afraid?
No.
You afraid?
I just feel like when I go into certain places, they're not going to have as many options what I'm looking for.
Okay, see, I used to think that, too. And then I went out to that Honeyway Falls
So they do
Marketplace.
it right.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
I love it out there.
But they got the formula right. They realized they had to offer more than some of these old mom and pops.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's a legitimate grocery store for my money, and I'm telling you this, man. If you are ever going through Honeyway Falls, the best sub in Rochester
you were saying.
is in that
So
grocery
they got a
store.
sub shop.
Yeah.
They got nice stuff.
And it's great. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
So, I think if Wegmans were to close, just because we're closest to Wegmans, I think I'd try and stay local, not for any standing on a soapbox reason, but money stays here.
Yeah, but I also want what I want.
What do you mean you want what you want?
So I might say F local. I want what I want. I may. You know, if they got something you really like.
I hear you. Hey, everybody, thanks for not tuning in to satellite radio this morning and listening to the break room on Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF.
Well, you had to point that out.
You idiot! You work in a local medium. Stupid!
No, but we're owned by a big, heartless conglomerate.
They don't even know we exist.
All right. No.
You!
I'm just saying, like, if you had a local, but you had another place that offered like what Wegmans says, I would probably go to that. I think most people would.
It is weird how Wegmans is both local and
A chain.
Tops too,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, like we look at Tops and Wegmans as our local grocery stores, but I mean, they've been around for so long.
And they're all over the place.
Wegmans is up and down the East Coast
Right.
now. Kimmy, would local factor in when you're looking for a new grocery store? You guys are the worst.
I guess if it was like a really like if it was, you're talking like mom and pop, or you're talking like a local chain.
I mean, either.
Yeah, I don't know if it was if it's the most convenient thing to me, I'm all for it.
So that's not a definite.
But that I don't know if that I'm going out of my way for it. No.
All right. Well, way to ruin our community. Nice job. Let's take a break. This is really exciting news.
What happened?
Well, look, I mean, the health of kids is very important.
Yeah.
And using this metric, high school kids, teenage kids are healthier than they've ever been.
Wait, how was this?
In this way, stupid.
So did they like do some like back up into something to find a positive?
No. You stop talking for a second. This is at the lowest it's ever been in the history
Well, that's
of
good.
the recording.
And they're healthy.
And here's what sucks, man.
What?
Everybody that bitched and moaned about all the stuff they did to get to this point, and look, it sucked being one of you. Look, man, I know better than anybody. Kind of have to admit they were right.
Okay.
And we'll get into it, tell you what it is next here on CMF. When they were doing this, if you partook in this vice, you were kicking and screaming, man. You hated it. It got unbelievably expensive. You were shunned from all places that you used to be accepted.
Yeah.
And you were branded some kind of weirdo.
Oh, no.
Here's what sucks.
What's up?
As much as we didn't like this, the numbers we have in front of us shows that all the things they did were absolutely a good idea.
So it worked?
Not for us.
No.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF, where they whine it in just a couple of minutes. Sit tight on that. But before we get there, a new report this morning shows that teen smoking in America is at an all-time low.
Okay.
That includes everything, by the way. We're talking cigarettes, chew, and vaping.
Oh.
It's down from 20% where it was last year. Something you want to share with the class?
I think somebody just butt dialed us, and I answered the phone, and it was somebody arguing about their rewards and getting a free Mountain Dew.
Oh, your dad called.
So I'm sorry. Go back to the story. 25 years ago, 30% of teenagers smoked.
Yeah, it makes sense. I remember a lot of kids chewed, too. And that's part of it, right?
Yeah, that's what they included. This year, 1.7%.
So it's down to nothing.
It's almost nothing. And I know a lot of smokers and former smokers don't want to hear this, but Tommy, maybe we have to admit that all the stuff they did to make smoking miserable worked.
Okay.
Right? There was the no more smoking indoors, the constant jacking up of the prices, the changing of the labels to make things look different, right? Like it was
those gross TV ads where the chick has she pulls her chin off.
All of that
and
stuff.
shows it to you.
All of that stuff. And if you were a smoker, and I was with you, right? Like you hated it. And you made every argument in the world as to why blah, blah, blah. And the argument was we're making people safer. This is for the kids. It's not even going to work anyway.
Wow.
It worked.
So what are kids doing, though?
It's a good question.
Because they got to be doing something.
So it was vaping, but even vaping is down.
Right.
All right. I'm
So
going
I wonder what the new teen vice is.
Maybe there is.
Did you said drinking's down? You said they're not sexing or sexting or anything?
Sex is down, drinking is down, smoking is at the lowest it's ever been.
So are we raising the lamest? Is this going to be the lamest generation?
Maybe. Okay, so
it would have to be.
There is a new trendy thing.
What's that? Eating the Tide Pod?
That's like 10 years old, man.
Is it really?
Get with the times.
Wow.
Zyn? You familiar with Zyn?
Zyn? No, it's Zyn. Is that short for something stupid?
No, it's a product. It's a nicotine pouch that contains powdered nicotine and like food additives, fillers, and flavorings. So it's like a lipper, but it's not.
Oh, like dip.
Kind of, but it's not.
But with caffeine
but
or something?
Kids are even using it, though?
Yes. So the Zyns have become very popular. I don't know what the health situation.
What does it taste like?
I've never tried it. I don't know. It's very popular among like young athletes.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
So I mean, it's addictive.
All right.
But it's not smoking. I don't know. It's smoke free.
Seems like every time like a better alternative comes around, we do always find something to be concerned about, no matter what it is. If you're doing it every day, you know what I mean?
I mean, nicotine's not good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an addictive substance.
But you got to do something, man.
Well, but here's the thing: these don't have tobacco in them, so they have fewer carcinogens. I'm going to quote a doctor. You ready?
Yeah.
But they are not risk-free. They can be addictive and cause cardiovascular issues, gum damage, and nausea. Experts also express concern about how easy they are to conceal and the variety of flavors offered: peppermint, coffee, and citrus, to name a few that make them appealing to kids. So maybe that's what it is. Don't.
I guess, but
this is bad for the kids. Wow, coffee sounds good.
Sounds pretty good,
Great,
actually.
awesome, fantastic. You were saying, Kimmy?
It probably is, but do you see it as better than the stuff that you did when you were a kid?
I don't know, man. Like we there's always this is better than.
Yeah.
And then we find out, oh my God, no.
Oops.
252 WCMF. Teen smoking is at its lowest point ever. 25 years ago, 30% of teens smoked. This year, 1.7, and that includes chew and vaping.
Yeah. It's going to add decades to people's lives.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so.
I mean, if you started smoking in high school, you weren't going. More than likely, tobacco was going to be your death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, unless you also like sandwiches like I did.
Yeah.
Right? Or drinking like I did.
Yes.
I mean, we keep going.
We called you the triple threat.
The only strange thing with these teens not smoking, how do they know who's cool?
That's my point.
I was kidding. That was
no,
not
it's so
a real point. I was just making a joke.
You know who the cool kids were that smoked.
No, they weren't really cool.
But they
Those
were.
kids never grew up into a good situation.
No, but as
still working at the car wash.
So I can remember when I was in military school, Like you were not allowed to smoke in the dorm.
Okay.
Like I knew kids that you could smoke at a certain age there, but you couldn't smoke inside the dorm. So I remember like these kids with these southern accents, right? Goes, "Hey man, check the hall. Is it cool?" And then they'd fire up in their dorm, tilt the fan out the window, and smoke.
Sure, yeah.
But that's all gone away.
Well, I mean, it is funny how far we've come, right? And I know you didn't believe this, but we have proof to back it up. Like 1.7% of teens smoke now. They did everything they can to get teens to stop for smoking. And in the late 70s and early 80s, there were smoking lounges in high schools.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Some of them went up into the late 80s into the early 90s. Like, we're at a point where 1.7% of kids nationally are smoking, and the schools were, I mean, encouraging it is the wrong word, but facilitating it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's
The
insane.
education. Was that part of Nancy Reagan, too? I know it was the just say no.
It's before my time.
That was the drugs.
I don't know.
What was the smoking?
I'm a Barbara Bush. That's where I start, buddy. That fine woman.
Don't smoke that bush.
For God's sakes, man.
What?
You didn't have
She
to.
was a fine woman.
I did. That's what I said. Don't smoke
You
that.
could do a lot worse than Barbara Bush if you're going to smoke a bush, son.
How many cigarettes have you smoked in your life, Kimmy?
I don't know if I've ever smoked a whole cigarette.
You've never smoked a
Never even a
cigarette
whole
in
one?
your life?
No.
You call yourself a CMF employee?
I don't know.
I love how you talk about it. That's how you knew a kid's cool. You never smoked.
So I always smoked with my buddy Bobby, who was a drinking buddy of mine.
Yeah.
And we would just be hanging, and he'd light up a cigarette, and I go, God, that looks good. Let me have one. And I would smoke with him there.
How many cigarettes do you think you smoked in your life?
Probably, over the drinking course of knowing that guy for 10 years, maybe a pack a month.
Puss. Well, it's actually more than I thought. A pack a month.
Yeah.
Did you
you know.
bum all of them?
Huh?
Did you bum all of them?
Yeah.
You never bought a pack. You're smoking a pack a month. You never bought a pack of cigarettes
he was
for him?
rich.
What a bum
was
you
rich.
are. You are the worst friend
He was
ever.
rich.
I
And he
only-
offered them to me.
I only smoke when I drink. Your cigarettes. I only smoke your cigarettes
But
when
I've
I
been
drink.
smoking cigars since I was in military.
Oh, yeah. That's how you know someone's really cool. An 18-year-old who smokes cigars.
Probably 14.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. So we used to get those White Owls and those El Productos and Dutch Masters.
What are you, a Cuban exile?
Yes. So when we would, smoke those.
Okay.
And I've been smoking cigars my whole life.
Weirdo. Yeah, no, you're 5'3". We got it.
No, but I haven't had any problem.
Let's take a break. All right. Phone lines are wide open. If you want to get in now. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's got her post ready to go. We are back at our regularly scheduled time, so you know it's going to be good.
Yes.
Where they whining? We figure it out next. 252-WCMF, 252-9263 here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. All right, we're back on Tuesday, which means you know it's going to be good.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, we got to call out the ladies again because, well, we try to give them as much of a chance as possible because you seem to think that women are not good at where they whine.
Well, they're not good at directions and stuff. So what were they?
Well, we have a couple of ladies on the board. We have like 3 or 4.
But out of how many?
Well, I mean, we don't get that many that play.
And not that many.
So I think they're doing pretty well.
We don't have any multi-star women.
Well, you only have 2 multi-star guys.
Well, no, you have a couple of stars, don't you? Oh, no, I have nothing to say. You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It's Tuesday, it's 9 o'clock. It's time for Where Are They Whining? And let me explain for those who are new to the game.
Explain away.
Kimmy's got a post from the Neighborhood app. You folks share them with Kimmy. Send them to her. We really appreciate it. Neighborhood apps being like Facebook, but for where you live. Kimmy takes those posts. She removes the street names and the town references. She then reads them aloud for Tommy, myself, and everyone else to hear. And when she is reading them,
what do I do?
You need to listen.
You have to listen.
There are little clues in that post.
Yeah, don't jump.
Yes, and because everyone here knows every nuance, stereotype about every town, village, in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whine in. We're going to do it now.
Oh, it's so exciting.
We are locked up with phones right now. Folks are chomping at the bit. But as soon as somebody drops out, that phone line opens. You got to snap. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We had a winner on Thursday, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yes, because you disqualified yourself.
Bob.
And then you
Bob
tried
won
to
last week.
jump on him.
I tried to jump on Bob.
Wouldn't have been the first time. Kimmy, do we have our post ready?
We do.
All right. Let's do the damn thing.
Spencerport! Yates! Henrietta! Where they whining?
So this post includes a picture of what looks like a box full of like gaming devices and accessories, stuff like that. And this
hold on, because he's gonna bitch. Can you explain what that is to
it's
Tommy?
like,
Because he made a face like
Atari and stuff.
To be honest, I don't know what systems these are, but
like
they're like the headphones, the controllers.
It's a box of old gaming crap.
She didn't say old.
Stuff like it looks like a screen of some sort.
So
I
it's
don't
like
know.
old busted ass.
Whatever you
I don't
want.
know if it's old.
We tried.
Okay.
Sorry,
Sticky,
Kimmy.
Either
up
way, a bunch of gaming stuff.
crap.
This person writes, "Can someone help me out? I'm assuming this is junk. I don't know. My boyfriend moved out and left a bunch of his gaming stuff behind. There's a reason he left quickly. Not gonna get into it.
Yeah.
But I'm stuck with a bunch of his things that I'm pretty sure he's not coming back for. I have no idea what this stuff is worth. Tried Googling it, but I'm getting wildly different values since it's all used. Figured I'd make some money if I could, but if you guys say it's junk, where can I take it to dump it? I want to properly recycle if possible. I simply do not want to look at it anymore, and it's taking up too much space.
Thank you, idiot.
I knew I should have never let a gamer live at my place rent-free. If you know, you know, right, ladies? I'm sure I'm not the only one out there who has dealt with this kind of man. He kept trying to convince me he was going to make a living as a streamer and kept buying more and more equipment.
She got one stream.
He just tried to sound dirty. It doesn't even make sense.
I got it.
I guess he gave up that dream when he left town and left me with all of his crap, willing to sell this for $100.
Sounds like the worst Eagles song ever. Johnny come lately, headgear in a box.
Willing to sell this for $100 or best offer, gaming desk included, #deadbeat, #no job, #mama's boy.
All right.
Man, she's beating this dude out the door.
Well, I mean, look, if he wasn't paying rent, she bailed on her. All right, Tommy. There's a lot of things you don't understand in there.
Yeah, but there's a few things I do understand.
Love. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You remember my sister had 5 husbands that fit this bill.
No, she had 4 husbands, married the same
One
guy
was a
twice.
retread.
There you go.
He was 1 and 3 in the batting order. So I'm looking at, these are renters.
Thank you.
They're not owners.
Wait, you think, You
So
think,
this is an apartment.
Did you figure that out when she said rent-free,
Right?
stupid?
So they live in an apartment, and she makes bad choices, and they're semi-busted.
No, what?
He's busted.
Thank you.
She's established. He busted.
Okay, fine.
So where would that be?
You tell me. That's why I asked.
A gamer,
Yeah.
with a table.
Yeah.
With a table.
With a
And he-
table.
And he
A
scoots.
gaming desk, as she calls
And you
it.
know, he beat ass out of there fast because he probably owed her a lot of bread.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and he left with a ton of IOUs.
So where is it?
Oh, this is Park Avenue.
Oh, I knew it. I knew
This
it.
is the hot spot, Park Ave, Gaming Wad.
Thank you so much.
Game
for doing
Wad Central,
the
Park
stupid
Avenue.
thing that you just did. All
Right.
right. Again, we've
This
talked about this.
numbsack ass mop was out the door in a hurry.
Numbsack ass mop.
Yeah.
It sounds like an Asian dish. Can I get the numbsack ass mop, please? Okay.
Set of rice.
We've tried to explain to you several times.
Yeah, how gaming works.
No, not gaming. No.
By the way, you had a gamer. You lived in the park area.
No, she didn't.
What did you just say?
She didn't.
You had a
I
gamer?
said many things.
Kimmy's never lived near Park
In
Avenue.
Yes,
the
I have.
area.
When did you? Oh, you're right. You did.
Yeah, I lived on Park Avenue
But
for a
that
while.
was 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was a while back.
The Park Ave of today is not the young
How old are you?
people
When's the last time you were down there banging on doors? What, do you run for re-election?
of mayor of Park Ave.
I don't know.
Okay.
How do you know it was lived down there?
Because it's too expensive for kids to live on Park Ave
Too
anymore.
expensive for kids to live anywhere.
Especially a woman carrying the rent for two people. It's not the young person haven it used to be. That
I
neighborhood
didn't say
has gotten
she's young.
older. Okay.
I just said he
I
busted.
mean, to his point,
Okay.
we don't know if this is a young person.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. All right. I was worried that we were on the same wavelength, but then I realized you were the dumbest person ever.
Oh,
so
guy who has more stars than your ass.
This is very simple. When's the
Mm.
last time you got one? Because I remember you disqualifying yo ass last week, stupid. Why are you so dumb?
You haven't got one past me.
Okay. It's all very simple, and it's right there.
Oh, is it right there?
Young people, earth conscious makes me believe she's young.
Right. People
The fact
my
that
age
she's
recycle.
renting makes me believe she's young.
Okay.
The fact that she's allowing a man to live with her rent-free is a mistake that a woman would only make if she was young.
Yeah, women only make those mistakes young with douchebags.
And there is a place in Rochester that is more gamer-friendly than any other community.
I know where you're going.
And I'm right, and you know I'm
You're
right.
going by the university.
Well, really?
Yeah.
Where do you think I'm going?
I'm not saying.
Oh, no?
We have many universities.
We do.
These kids just recently graduated from RIT.
Oh, man, you are such a chalk
That's why
better.
this kid thinks chalk better.
You
It
are
all
chalk.
lines up.
Chalky chalk.
He went to RIT. Maybe he didn't make it out. He's going to make his living as a professional streamer. She went to RIT.
And now who's creating
makes
stories?
enough money where she can support both of them with that good degree. They whining
Oh, are they whining?
in Henrietta.
All right.
And that's simple, easy. Everyone else can hang up. It's over.
All right, game over.
Walk off. See you later. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Just kidding. We'll keep playing.
All right.
There was one rule
What's that?
and one rule only. You get one guess.
All right.
One guess. All right. So if you're on hold and you hear someone else say what you were going to say, you got two options.
What do I do?
Hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not hate you for it.
Okay.
Or pick another town. If you say the name of another town, if we pick up the phone and you go, well, I was going to say, but then I went, ah,
Yeah.
you have been disqualified
I'm out.
and you bring much shame to your family. Kimmy, the commissioner, makes all final calls. Are we ready to roll?
I'm ready to do this.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We get a lot of people complaining that they can't get through. As soon as this person, the next person is off the phone, you got to pounce. You
All
got to
right.
jump. You got to snap.
All right.
252-WCMF. Dave's got the first shot. Dave, where are they whining, buddy?
They are whining in Chilai.
White Chilai.
And I bet you would like to know why.
That's why I just asked, Dave.
Because there ain't no cougars in Chilai.
Hey, Dave, I'm sorry. Is there something wrong with your phone where nothing funny can come out of it? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Listen, I got just as many stars as you, and I've only played twice.
Man, ooh, that's good. So why Chilai then, Dave?
Just because it sounds like Chilai.
There you go.
Man, it's a
Yes,
dynamite
we
call, Dave.
Tommy,
You
you
nailed
like
it.
that pick? You
What's
like
that?
that pick, Tommy? Tommy, you like that pick?
You like that pick?
Love your pick.
All right. Hey, Dave, way to grind all the fun to a halt, buddy. Thanks for the call. I really appreciate it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where are they whining?
Morning, guys. I'm going to say around Detroit.
Why around Detroit?
There's a lot of new, younger people moving in around Detroit.
Oh, young couples
renting,
pulling in.
stuff like that.
Okay, here's the thing. Now,
Yeah.
you're right about that, Chris. There was a point where the fastest overturn for age was in Irondequoit, like nationally.
Yeah, it was a hot market.
It got so bad that we had old Italian men on the news complaining about
Yeah.
it because the town's full.
Okay.
Okay? But here's the thing, Chris. I thought that was for home ownership. I didn't think that was for renting.
I mean, possibly they can be renting a house.
You could.
A lot of people rent in different areas.
But in that post, she doesn't say she's renting.
She said he's not paying rent.
He's paying her rent.
Okay, so she owns a
could
house.
own the house, and he's picking up part of the slack. She could own that house.
Oh, so she owns a house on Park Ave.
She could.
She owns a house on Park Ave.
Why, a woman can't be independent on real estate?
Chris?
Women are too dumb to own property?
Chris, we got you for Ironically. Thanks for the call. No, actually, because you live in your wife's house.
Yeah.
And you don't pay rent.
No, I don't. Well, I do.
And luckily, there's no gaming headset that'll fit that giant melon of yours. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Marty. Marty, where are they whining, bud?
I'm going to say Brockport.
Why Brockport?
In College
I'm
Town.
thinking of where many, to Tommy's point, College Town, but also where many game-related, stores are, and I know there's a Game Players out there.
That's a better pick than your college pick.
No, it's not.
Way better.
It's a stupid pick, with all due respect, Marty.
No, because you went high end. He's going low end.
Okay, but
low end college kid.
Brockport is not low end.
He's low end compared to RIT.
Marty, I'm sorry, we cut you off. You were still talking, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, Marty, I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh no, I was just going to say it's a lot of retro game stores out there. Like I said, Game Players, but also College Town. There's a lot of young people going in.
I hear you. A guy that wants to be a professional streamer probably only has the ability to buy this stuff from a brick and mortar store. Like, if only there was some kind of way to buy whatever you wanted without having to leave the house as a gamer.
Maybe he likes to touch it and work with it first.
No, according to her sheet, he doesn't. Thank you. Ow! Hello.
You
Marty.
could also be ordering it too.
All right, well, Marty, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
He just beat
That was
you,
dumb.
bro.
No, he didn't. I love how you said
Using your logic, you picked the wrong spot.
No, using my logic, Henrietta's the perfect spot. It's got a lot of younger people. It's got a lot of gamers. RIT is
Too
a
high
video game
end.
college. They have a video game college.
Too high end.
What is too high end? All college is high end.
No, but that college is expensive.
252
Compared to
WCMF.
Brockport. We know what came out of Brockport, bro. We worked with it.
252 WCMF. Yeah, what's that
Some of
make?
those guys are in jail.
We weren't smart enough to get into Brockport. What does that make us?
Cool.
Yeah. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where they whining, bud?
They're whining in Greece.
Why Greece?
So we need lots and lots of rental area, apartments. It's Greece area. We need far enough out of the city to kind of care about recycling, but also not really know where to take it.
Okay.
If you're in your pick, then you're way too close to a giant recycle center. People would know exactly where to take it.
Right by the
Unless, Cody,
yeah, that was your house.
Unless these people are have only lived in town for a little while. Like they just graduated from
Yeah,
RIT.
maybe. But here's the biggest thing. I have a major problem with the college argument, college town argument.
Well, you are a big old dork that probably knows more stuff about this than we do, so I'd like to hear this, Cody.
Yeah, a little bit.
See.
So the problem with the college town argument is, yes, college towns, lots of gaming going on, which is actually the problem. The girl would have about 500 other college guys she could walk up to and say, hey, listen, my boyfriend moved out. I don't know what it's worth. Do you want it?
Yeah, but Cody, here's the problem with that, and you know this in personal experience.
What?
That would require her to talk to another guy that's really into gaming, which no woman wants to do, again, based on your personal experience.
But if he's had friends around before that she's probably met at least once or so, then she knows exactly where to go. And she wants to get rid of this stuff, and she wants to make a couple bucks. I mean, she's going to do it for the money.
Out of context, that sounded really bad.
Doing it for the money?
She's going to do it for the money. She doesn't want...
She's going to unload that box for the money.
All right, Cody,
that sounds horrible out of context.
Cody, we got you for Greece, buddy. Thanks for the call. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's rip through a couple more. But we'll get one more before we go reread from Kimmy here. Let's talk to Petey. Petey, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going Brighton.
Why Brighton?
Well, you should be explaining your picks a little bit better because I have 4 stars. So why are you asking me? I got 4 stars.
I explained my pick for 5 minutes.
Well, you're asking the champ here, buddy. Someday you'll get another star. Don't worry about it.
Your call sucks so hard that Tommy just he yawned onto the live stream. I want you to know that.
Well, his picks suck hard too.
Here's what happened with Pete.
Right.
Pete had 3 picks, and all of them got taken, and he chose Brighton, and he can't tell us why.
He backed into Brighton.
It's over.
Actually, no. Brighton was my original guess. That's how I got my 4 stars with my original guesses.
Good guess.
Gut guesses.
It's true. He does have 4 stars.
Yeah, whatever. He's a
Hard to
loser.
argue with the champ.
Pete, great talking to you, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy, can we get a reread for the folks just joining us where they went? And
Sure can. So this person posted a photo of like a bunch of like a box of gaming devices. Just like accessories. I don't really know what some of the stuff is, but it's all for your gaming systems.
I'm too cool to know.
I have no idea.
You live with a gamer.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what an Xbox looks like. I don't know what this stuff is. Anyways, she writes, "Can someone help me out? I'm assuming this is junk. I don't know. My boyfriend moved out and left a bunch of his gaming stuff behind. There's a reason he left quickly, not gonna get into it, but now I'm stuck with a bunch of his things that I'm pretty sure he's not coming back for. I have no idea what this stuff is worth. Tried Googling it, but I'm getting wildly different values since it's used. Figured I'd make some money if I could, but if you guys say it's junk, where can I take it to dump it? I want to properly recycle if possible. I simply do not want to look at it anymore, and it's taking up too much space. I knew I should have never let a gamer live at my place rent-free."
I'm not going to get into it. I love that part.
What? I'm
not going to get into it. Then she puts this out.
If you know, you know, right, ladies? I'm sure I'm not the only one out there who has dealt with this kind of man. He kept trying to convince me he was going to make a living as a streamer and kept buying more and more equipment. I guess he gave up on that dream when he left town and left me with all his crap. Willing to sell this for $100 or best offer, gaming desk included, #deadbeat, #no job, #mama's boy.
He went from playing on his Xbox to not getting near his ex's box. Am I right? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is on Park Ave because he sucks. I'm in Henrietta. Dave is in Chi-Li. Chris is in Arundecoit. Not bad logic with the whole the younger people moving there.
Yeah.
Marty's going the whole college route with Brockport. Cody is in Greece. Pete is in Brighton for no reason at all. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
I guess I'm going to have to go with Greece due to the ghetto situation. You
Say
know
that again. Say that again.
You know,
No, what town? I'm sorry, I missed it. What did you say?
Greece.
Ah, Steve, you suck so hard.
Steve, you literally just read the list.
Cody, I just said Cody said Greece, Steve.
Wow, I missed it.
Yeah, you missed it. Because you suck. Steve sucks so hard. Steve, why you suck? Great talking to you, Steve. There goes Steve. He sucks. He has been disqualified. But Greece is not back on the board because it was already chosen by Cody, right? We're all getting the rules here.
Sure.
252-WCMF. Let's go biblical with this, buddy.
Oh, what you got?
We're going to talk to Caleb. Hello, Caleb.
Hello, Duffy.
Where are they whining,
let's
bud?
go with Penfield.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Penfield.
Penfield?
Yeah.
Okay, why Penfield?
I don't know. Just going on a hunch.
You had another town, didn't you, Caleb?
Penfield hunch.
You're not going to get me.
No,
Pat.
I would say you
If
can
I
say you had another town. You just can't tell me the town. You had another town?
wanted to disqualify myself, I'd call myself Pat Duffy.
Oh, why do the jokes suck so hard today? Like every once in a while, we get like a nice gem that falls out of somebody's mouth, right? But it's just the biggest dorks that we know because it's got to be the video game thing, right, Kimmy? Like these guys think they know games because they're like gamers.
Maybe.
And they're calling, if I want to disqualify myself. Great talking to you,
I'm
Caleb.
not a comedian. Sorry.
No, yeah, okay.
Nobody
bye,
is.
Caleb. There we go. Did we hurt his feelings?
I think so.
I'm a comedian. I don't know. It's got a really crappy phone.
Yes.
I call a radio show. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, I want to know your opinion on guys with this name.
All right.
Are you ready?
All right.
We're going to talk to Seth.
Seth.
Where's Seth? Where they whining, buddy?
Seth, I get my opinion on Seth.
Oh, okay, well, we'll get the pick first.
All right.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you said Pittsford, Seth?
Yeah.
Why Pittsford?
A lot of whiny people there.
Okay, all right. So we got Pittsford for Seth. All right, so Tommy's going to give you his opinion on your name.
So most Seths that I've ever met think they're tough, but they're soft boys.
Oh, Seth, does that qualify as you?
Are you a soft boy?
Definitely does. That's
Well, very soft, like your innards.
Like what? What did he say? I don't even want to know. Seth, where do you live, buddy? Where do you live?
Caledonia.
Okay, all right. Ooh, are there soft guys in
That's
Caledonia?
not a soft town, man.
You're arguing against your own logic.
No, but Caledonia is that's a farm town.
Well, he could be Caledonia soft.
Maybe
or he's-
semi-soft, Seth.
Semi-soft.
All right, he can be semi-soft.
Got a lot of scared sheep.
All right, Seth. Okay.
We went too far. We kept Seth on the line.
I'm
a
into
little too
bestiality.
long.
Call me soft.
All right, so
There ain't a sheep yet.
I want to make a.
No, I'm done.
I want to make a rule.
What's that?
From now on, if you're gonna take a shot at a joke, it's gotta be good. It's gotta be good because it's just been a nightmare. It's been like watching Tommy's headlining set, just like bomb after bomb after bomb. All right.
All right, what we got?
We've had nothing but dudes.
Oh, yeah, your fantasy.
There we go again, but that more.
It's
at
not
the
even Saturday night.
Chuckle Hut in Dayton. You would think a woman would have the best idea here,
They
right?
usually do, right?
Okay.
Ladies
Well,
are
no, I'm just
smart.
saying it's a relationship
Sure.
thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk to Alex. She's on CMFA. Alex, where they whining?
I think I'm gonna go with Webster
Why Webster?
specifically because of the mama's boy comment. I feel like it sounds like a guy who, like, I don't know, either did something wrong, whatever the case may be. As she said, he had somewhere to go back home to.
Okay.
And like I spent a lot of time at Webster, and it sounds like somebody who like was very lazy and had like, you know, no motivation other than, oh, well, this looks easy. Let me try and become a gamer. And then it didn't work out. He ran back home to mommy.
A lot of lazy mama's boys in Webster, I guess.
Is that what you're saying, Alex?
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, Guy, all men from Webster are mama's boys.
I didn't say all, but most.
Give me a percentage.
It's been her experience.
I need a percentage out of 100 of men who live in Webster that are mama's boys.
At least 75.
Oh, that's a high number.
That's a high. It's up there.
3 out of 4
Yeah.
Webster boys are mama's boys. Soft old mama boys. Alex, we got you for Webster. Thanks for the call. All right, 252 WCMF. Let's rip a couple off here. Let's talk to Barbara. Barbara, where are they whining?
Hey, what's going on? I'm going to go with the South Wedge.
Why the South Wedge?
Just it's like kind of young hipsters who probably ride adult bicycles, and you know he just couldn't hack it and had to leave.
Okay. Again, I would like to point out it's the other old guy who still thinks kids are renting places in the city.
Yeah, but that's a good call.
Is it?
The Wedge? Yeah.
That's how you know it sucks.
It's Softy Town.
Softy Town?
Yeah.
You live in Pittsford. You live in Pittsford.
Yeah, but that's old Softy Town.
Bro, on the town,
This is up and coming
the village
softies.
flag is just a marshmallow. Like, that's how soft.
But these are up and coming softies.
Okay. Barbara, we got you
Yeah,
for...
but the apartments are like in the Wedge. If you share a house, it's a lot cheaper than getting an actual apartment in the place that you chose.
Okay. All right. Well, Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. 252 WCMF. Peter, where are they whining, buddy?
Hey, they're whining wherever Tommy is riding his self-driving car.
Can we get an actual time?
Because Tommy doesn't realize those cars only do the speed limit. So when he's driving with his tinted windows, watching porn at the old ladies walking their dogs, he's stuck. There's not enough porn.
We had a rough run of jokes, but Petey brought it all.
Oh my God, he brought them all.
All right, Peter, because you were so great, we would like to give you an opportunity at an actual town. Would you like to pick an actual town?
I would say Rush.
Oh, that was a terrible pick, Peter. That was a terrible pick, but
I know because I blew my load on the self-driving car.
so did Tommy, according to the story.
Well, yeah, we can do it together.
Too far, Peter. You were doing so good. I'm gonna let you go, Pete. Thanks for the call, buddy.
He's got his self-driving buddy booth.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. I don't know where that came from.
All
I
right.
have no idea.
We'll finish it up as we do every week.
Oh, yeah?
The last man you'd want to share the self-driving buddy
Yes.
booth with. Ben, where are they whining, buddy?
Crap. I can't remember if what towns were picked.
Oh, I can't wait. All right, Ben. All right. What do we got, buddy?
I'm going to go with Spencerport because of the amount of rental properties out there. And I could see, I mean, I have a buddy that lives out there. I'm not saying this is him because he's not that type of dude, but
Is he soft?
I could see somebody out there, living with their girlfriend and not paying rent and trying to be a gamer. But,
Is your buddy soft? What was out there?
No, not at all.
He's tough.
All your buddies are soft, Ben.
Yeah, okay. Don't say that to their face.
Go say it to his face, bro. Okay.
Say it to his face.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest. You know he's soft because that's the best he had.
Yeah, you know he rolls soft.
Okay. It's like I'm back engaged as a 15-year-old. Hey, what up? I was like, okay. Okay. All right.
Oh, God, my chest hurts.
Hey, man. Good. I hope you're dying. All right. Tommy is on Park Ave.
Forgot.
I'm in Henrietta. Dave is in Chili. Chris is at Arundecoita. Marty going College Town, went Brockport. Cody saying we were all off, went with the town of Greece. Pete is in Brighton. Steve disqualified himself because he picked Greece also. Caleb is in Penfield, and then when we made fun of his jokes, he's like, well, I'm not a comedian, and we really hurt his feelings. Seth, who's a self-admitted soft boy from Caledonia.
Oh, yeah.
He chose Pittsford. Lady Alex, she went out in Webster, made the statement.
Statement of the day.
75% of men from Webster are mama's boys. Barbara's in the South Wedge. Peter is in Rush after the best call of the day. Ben is out where his soft buddy lives in Spencerport.
Yes.
Okay. Okay is the millennial equivalent of, are you done?
All right.
All right, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do this thing. Come on, Jimmy.
Sit down.
Okay.
You've needed every one of them.
Victor! Where they whining?
Whoa, you know we got a winner this week.
Oh!
Everybody's logic was kind of spot on. Because, they whining in Greece!
Who got
it? Cody, that dork-ass nerd.
Congratulations, Cody, and I believe...
No.
Oh, no, Cody does have a star. This is Cody's second star.
Damn.
I hate
Two-star
that kid.
Cody.
I hate that kid. He's so nice, and he's kind, and he says intelligent things, and there's something about him. I hate him. I hate him.
Two-star Cody.
Well, you know what it is? I'm a gamer. I agree. God, I hate that kid. All right.
Well, what are you going to do?
Congratulations, Cody. Way to go. They say fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Right? This man has been arrested for faking it till he makes it. And it is amazing, Tommy, with a little bit of confidence, the places you can go.
How far you can go?
Oh, my God. He got close to one of the biggest stars on the planet.
Damn.
And we'll tell you the story next here in the break room on CMF.
free balling, free balling, free balling, free balling. Balling, my balls are free.
I just want to point out he did that. There was still 30 seconds left of the song.
Jokes like that got you a #1 show in 1996.
Sure as hell did.
We've come a long way. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you've heard the expression fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
Like how you've worked here for 30 years. This man is the quintessential proof.
What did he pull off?
A 44-year-old man has been arrested. Happened down in Miami, Florida on Friday.
Fake capital of the world, man.
So Taylor Swift was performing her Eras tour down that way on Friday.
Oh.
This 44-year-old man somehow got in the building and made it all the way down to the floor of the arena before the show started because he simply had a suit and tie on with a badge around a lanyard.
So he looked like he belonged.
Exactly. He was eventually noticed by security and police, and when confronted, he said that 4 women had paid him to escort them to the show as their security guard. And it turns out he wasn't totally lying.
All right.
They found the 4 women he claimed he was with,
All right.
and the women said they did pay him to drive them there, but they had no idea why he had a badge.
So he's like a chauffeur?
So that's what he tried to play it
Yeah.
off.
Okay.
Although in the police report, he is listed as a rideshare driver.
Okay.
So this could just simply be an Uber or Lyft driver.
Took themselves too seriously.
In a suit, yes. He was arrested for impersonating an officer and interfering with a sporting event, but they don't say in the story how he got into the show. Because as we know from covering this, thanks to dads having to spend all of the money in the world, those Taylor Swift shows are impossible to get into.
Sure.
Right?
But I wonder how far a good suit gets you.
Oh.
That is the most old man sentence I've ever. Let me tell you, sit
like
down,
you're saying
boys.
you could walk into wherever you want.
If you're a guy in a sharp-looking suit, like you look like the man, I wonder how far you could get before somebody goes, you shouldn't be here.
Please show me some credentials.
Yeah.
Like any ZZ Top show, you're getting backstage.
Oh, absolutely.
Because every girl's crazy about a sharp dress man. Right?
But it also makes you stand out
yes,
more.
thank you.
But it also looks, but you look like the man, especially in that kind of a situation where now you're going down to the bowels of a Taylor Swift show, where it's nothing but credentials.
Okay.
And he got that far.
Look, I mean, maybe you're right. I would think that the suit would be negative because you are going to stand out.
Yeah.
Like if you're wearing like a name with your
but you're anti-suit. You're a hoodie boy. You're like that senator. You always got their shorts and the hoodie.
Well, no,
Fetterman
think
from
if somebody in a suit walked into our building, we'd be like, "Who's that guy and why is he in a suit?"
We're gonna get
We're
fired.
immediately
Yes,
suspicious.
Right,
exactly.
but he looks like he's in charge. That's my point.
No,
He
but
looks like the man.
No,
Yeah,
but
but
we
he's
would
not
have
sneaking around anywhere.
Yes, we'd have questions.
No,
the
but,
first thing.
but we're all schlubs.
All right.
We're not at a Taylor Swift
But
event.
we're
Oh
talking
yeah, where
about
they're all wearing tuxedos.
No, but the guys behind the scenes that run the joint are.
Kimmy brings up a great point.
Right.
If a man wanted to get into this building incognito and act like he belonged,
wear regular clothes.
If he-
Talk to us like you see us every day, and
Let
we'll
me
be
ask
like,
you
"Oh
this.
crap, who's that?"
Guy went in the building.
Yeah.
Looks like you. Looks like a guy in a suit.
Yeah.
I'm letting that guy in a suit because I figure he's here for something.
Because you're an idiot.
No, he's a man. He's here for
Yeah,
something.
he's here to rob your man purse.
You ain't getting robbed.
How do you
He's probably going upstairs. He's got business. He
No
looks
man
like
in-
he's business.
Really, no man in a suit's ever robbed you? Why don't we talk about corporate America, buddy? Those clowns in Albany. What a bunch of clowns.
I bend over for a suit every time, man. Not like that, just, in general.
Yeah. Figuratively.
But I
bend over.
respect suits.
Why? Anyone can go buy a suit.
Yeah.
I understand that.
No, but, like, it's
But
just-
most people don't.
it's so
Especially
s-
nowadays, nobody puts on suits anymore.
Bro, this is why your generation keeps getting ripped off by scammers. Because you say, I respect a suit. When I could just I can go to my closet, put on a suit. If I needed a sharper suit, I'd go to the mall, buy a suit.
But you look like Big Boss Man.
Okay, you look like does not make you.
I understand that.
So-
I bet you a guy puts on a suit, he's more apt to get laid.
Well, okay, look, they do say that men in suits, that's like lingerie for women.
Right.
But that's a different
I was
argument.
gonna say,
handsome.
That's a different. We're talking about like getting into somewhere you're not supposed to be, and you're not going to blend most
going
of the
in
time.
like that?
You're not going to. If I was
Olive
walking
green
around here,
Adidas
nobody
girl.
would question.
What are you working for Castro?
Depends on where you're going, and you want to blend with what those people are wearing. So to your point, maybe a suit would get you further backstage or
I
wherever
look in
they're-
charge.
If
But
you
I'm
go to a
thinking of,
Michael
like-
Bublé concert, you can walk around wherever you want in a suit.
But yeah, I'm
Probably
thinking like
sing.
if you're just wearing regular clothes, you're going to blend. You're not going to be noticed. Like that's the key. It's not looking important. It's blending.
Blue collar gets you farther than suit.
Depends where you're at.
I got proof of it. again, we're talking about this 44-year-old man. He put on a suit and tie and somehow got into the Taylor Swift show in Miami all the way down to the floor while wearing a lanyard with a badge on it. It was a fake badge. When confronted by security, he said the 4 women paid him to drive them there and then be their personal security. Turns out he did drive them there, but they said, no, he's not our security. He's listed in the police report as the Uber or rideshare driver.
Yes.
So it just sounds like an overzealous rideshare driver. Here's proof that blue collar gets you further.
So what do you mean blue collar? Like maintenance guy?
Have you seen the ladder videos?
Oh, like how far you can get walking in with a ladder.
So there are these kids, and I say kids are in their 20s. It's the funniest damn thing ever. They can get wherever they want to go by carrying a ladder.
They look
Kimmy,
like maintenance.
Yes, you've seen
I
these
have
videos?
seen this. Yeah, they'll be like coming through, and then like everybody just kind of moves out of their way, like, oh, they must be up to something important.
They've gotten into me. Did they get into the Super Bowl?
I know they tried. It was some big sporting event they tried to get into. I don't know if it worked or
They
not.
get in everywhere. And then there were copycat ones where all these like teenage kids were taking ladders to the movies. And yeah, they were just getting free movies. They had to pop their ladder in the back while they're watching it. Blue collar guy.
Okay, well, that would be the other guy that could pull that off.
No, I'm saying that works way better than suit.
But you have to have the equipment. You can't just be. Yeah, you need a toolbox. You need the look.
They had just a ladder.
Yeah.
But that's a tool.
No, your guy in a suit is more of a tool than the guy walking with a ladder.
Now go ahead, do your other lame joke.
I learned it from watching you. No, man, I'm telling you, like when you blend, suit doesn't blend. Suit does not blend. And even in a place where a suit does blend, if you don't look like you're wearing the suit the right way, you're going to get popped.
Well, you got to wear it the right way,
Shut
yes,
up,
and you
man.
have to have an arrogant look about you.
I can't tell if you're giving me an arrogant look or that's just your stupid face.
I have resting arrogant dick face.
You really do. Perfect perch for arrogant. We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Radio Tuesday Rapperoo.
For Tuesday Break Room CMF. That makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's hate time.
That's right. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you just after 8 o'clock. We told you a story 2 weeks ago about a kid that, I say kid, I guess we don't know the age, but the police were looking for somebody after a hit-and-run accident. And it turns out it wasn't a standard hit-and-run accident.
Oh.
This person was street racing.
Oh, yes.
And we made the comment, like, there's lots of things that old guys in Rochester can hate younger people for. Like car thieving, stupid things they say. And
Jackass.
But from the 1950s on, street racing's been a big part of Rochester. Yeah. And how can you do the same thing and be upset with this kid? Well, they found a way.
Yes.
Because we were inundated with things. But this letter specifically is hilarious. Because I'm not making this up when I tell you. His argument is...
What's that?
They were safer because the cars were less safe and it was harder to do.
Oh.
That is the argument. This person, man, I'm assuming they did not sign the letter.
All
so
right.
we don't have a name. But the argument that this man, I'm assuming, is making is it was more dangerous, therefore it was safer.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, it makes sense, and we're going to read you the letter tomorrow, just after 8 o'clock, Hate Mail of the Week in the Break Room on CMF. Also, don't forget your chance at $5,000.
$5,000.
Fall in a 5K every day. It's easy. You download the free Odyssey app. You log on. You listen to WCMF for an hour each day minimum.
What happens?
Well, I mean, you get every day.
I'm locked in.
Yeah, there's going to be a daily winner in this national contest of $5,000. Yeah, so download it now. You can pick up Jolene, everybody else for the rest of the day, and then pick us back up tomorrow. Listen all day.
Score, buddy.
I mean, bro, every day is a new chance at $5,000.
I don't know.
From your friends here on CMF. We got to get out of the way for Kimmy.
Yep.
Who Tommy called Lady Castro. What did you call her?
Did I miss this?
Yeah, he was making fun of your olive green sweatshirt.
Oh.
He was just flailing. He was flailing for something.
Or Castro's daughter, something like that.
Does Castro have a daughter?
Yeah, he has 2 daughters.
Huh. How you know that there, Pinko?
Because they lived in Miami.
My
I met one
buddy,
of them.
Mr. McCarthy, would like to talk to you a little bit.
No, they fled to America. He has relatives in Miami.
Does he?
Yeah.
I bet you real close with them, weren't you?
So they owned the Miami. They owned
We
part of
gotta
the
go.
Dolphins at once.
Shut up. You know, really, Wayne Huizenga brought in.
Then they went into
Castro's
waste management.
daughters.
Yeah, and they also had a piece of Blockbuster.
This joke is just for us.
And if you don't rewind back then, buddy, you were in trouble. Castro was sending the boys to your door.
For Tommy Boulay, who's an obvious communist. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.